Good morning, folks, and welcome back to the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. We are live for Event 3 here in Kiltorcan Raceway in Kilkenny. It is our Tillotson only event, our first Tillotson only event of the season, and what will mark the second round of the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championships. We'll have qualifying coming up here in the beautiful sunny southeast for you in a few moments' time, folks. We'll have our T4 Bambinos who'll be out for their first qualifying session. The kart you can see on track is our Senior 168s, just finishing their morning practice. But we will be bringing you all qualifying, 2 heat races and a final here today on this Sunday. Commonly known as the greatest day in motorsport, of course, with 3 fabulous races, all in North America this season, in terms of the Canadian Grand Prix, the Indy 500 and the Coke 600. But we think this event is a little bit better, and that is the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. So, folks, qualifying coming up in a couple of moments. It seems like we do have one stuck out on circuit. We thought we were all clear in terms of qualifying getting underway, but a couple of the 168s have just stopped. So we will get qualifying coming up in a couple of moments, folks, for T4 Bambinos, followed by the T4 Minis, then T4 Junior, T4 Senior, and T4 Senior 168. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing unexpected. We are running to programme here in Kilkenny in the event ran by the Carrick-on-Suir Motor Club. They do a fabulous job as always. We're live from Vantage Point Video HQ, and we're looking forward to bringing you the action here today, folks. So, T4 Bambino coming out on track now for their qualifying session. It'll be a 7-minute qualifying session that will set the grid for the 2 heat races here today. And then the 2 heat races will set the grid for the finals and our points-paying final. Last time out in the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championship, it was the bumper event in Watergrass Hill in Cork that had all 3 styles of karts out racing across the 2 days in Adventure World. And we had Tillotson on display there. Of course, there was 2 races, 2 finals that day. There was one your points-paying final and one your O-Plate final. Your O-Plate final being won by Hugo Battersby, who is out on track in the yellow suit, which is gleaming in the sun here today. And Hugo is very easy to spot out on circuit. Hugo still on his novice plates, but he's running a novice O-Plate, as he rightly should, being the rightful winner of that one. You can see him out on track now. So, a great grid of Bambinos here this weekend. We have Hugo Battersby, who we were just speaking about, Danny Clancy in the 101, Emerson Hannon sporting 106, Ollie Keneally sporting 107, then Dara Fitzgibbon in the 108, ahead of Jackson Godfrey in the 109, and Vince McMenamin in the 110, ahead of Georgie Greer in the 111, then it's Christian Adam 112, followed by Elijah Hartensberg in the number 116. So, that is your grid of 8 Bambinos here today, but the Bambinos like to put on a bit of a show in Kiltorcan, usually a fantastic race, but we'll see how they get on for qualifying here on the first push laps now. We'll get our first look at the competitive timings. Testing and practice is great, but performing in the timed session is a totally different story. But it was your regular front runners who were quick in practice, the likes of Fitzgibbon, Battersby, Hannon. So it'll be interesting to see what times come in a few moments. So, first blood on the timing screen goes in the way of Emerson Hannon, who's quickest by 0.4 of a second. And it's Darragh Fitzgibbon behind him and Hugo Battersby, but first lap of the session. Track is arguably going to slow down throughout the day, with the increased weather, of course. So, Darragh Fitzgibbon beating Emerson Hannon now. He goes top of the times. So that's an excellent lap for Darragh Fitzgibbon. 3.5 minutes left to go in the Bambinos. Current running order is Fitzgibbon, Hannon, Battersby, Keneally, Greer, Godfrey, McMenamin and Hartensberg is your current running order. It's looking like it's Fitzgibbon versus Hannon so far here in qualifying. A couple of these young racers would have raced here in the KT Cup at the start of the year. Of course, we've had one event of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships here in Kiltorcan, but that was a Rotax and Miami only event. T4s were supposed to get their championship started in White River Park, but never did. So their championship started a couple of weeks ago in Cork, as we mentioned. So no improvement for either of your top two. Track currently sitting at a whopping 29 degrees. And it's 17 degrees air temperature, which is fantastic for a Motorsport Ireland karting event. We've got awful used to seeing that air temperature figure in the single digits at racetracks around the country. But we have been spoiled here today in Kilkenny, and it should make for a great day racing. Wet weather racing is fantastic, but at the same time, nothing beats a flat-out slick racing battle. Bit of a battle out on track. Hugo Battersby making an overtake, and Battersby for the final corner is up and ahead now with 1.5 minutes left to go in qualifying. Currently sits third in the running order, does Hugo Battersby, but getting quicker as the laps go on. And up and across the start-finish line now. No improvement there, unfortunately, for Hugo. He's lapping consistently in the 108s. But Hugo Battersby, his weekend could have been, in the season opener, could be described as ever improving. Every race just got that bit quicker. Was leading the points-paying final, but actually had a bit of a spin while in the race lead. Did recover to second, and then, of course, won the O-Plate in the later standalone final. But still, Darragh Fitzgibbon and Emerson Hannon up the top of this one. Emerson Hannon will be looking for a bit of redemption around Kiltorcan. Lost the KT Cup by 1/10 on the line here in the T4 Bambino class. So there goes Darragh Fitzgibbon across the line. Lap times dropping off here. The racers are not improving. It seems like it's your first lap could be your best lap here, as everything heats up and just gets slower. Improvement for Ollie Keneally though, and he goes up to third place with a 108 flat. Good lap from Keneally, and that's now a better position on the second row for Ollie. Checkered flag is out here for the Bambinos in qualifying. as we see Elijah Hartensberg come across the start-finish line. Is there any late drama here for the Bambinos? There is Dara Fitzgibbon. No improvement once again for Dara. And no improvement for Emerson Hannon either, unfortunately. So it's Dara Fitzgibbon who will start on pole position. Unless Hugo Battersby has something to say about it, but the hand is up acknowledging the checkered flag, and that will be that. So Dara Fitzgibbon will start on pole in T4 Bambino. He'll have Emerson Hannon alongside on the front row. Hugo Battersby then will be third, ahead of Ollie Keneally in fourth. Then it'll be Georgie Greer who will start in fifth position, with Jackson Godfrey who will start in sixth. Vince McMenamin will start seventh, alongside Elijah Hartensberg in eighth position. So that's qualifying for T4 Bambino, and T4 Mini coming up next. Our next qualifying session hitting the circuit, and that is our Tillotson T4 Mini. We're out on track for what is again a 7-minute qualifying session. A good grid of T4 Minis here in Kilkenny, and to run you through the list of names who will be representing the class today: Billy Green, Hardy Burton, number 202, Billy Green, winner of the O-Plate. And Jack Craig, 206, Varant Kumar, 207. And Cullen McMahon in 208, Oisin O'Sullivan in 210, and Stephen Doyle 211. Josh Higgins will be sporting the number 2112 out of Blake McRedmond in 213, making his debut this season. Roland Sutcliffe in 214 out of James Stafford Jr. in 215. Mia Jean Byrne in 216 out of Liam Doyle in 217. Milo Crowley then in 218, and Ben Daly in 219. Ben Daly making the jump from Rotax to Tillotson for this weekend. So Billy Green, winner of the O-Plate and the Championship final. And last time out in Watergrass Hill in T4 Mini. A Clare native. Purchased his new T4 Mini off Kiltorcan not too long ago, and it has brought him brilliant success. You can always spot Billy Green out on circuit in the orange race suit with the yellow and green Ayrton Senna-esque helmet. A very popular driver is Billy within the paddock, and rightly so. Very talented young gentleman. And we'll be looking to go back-to-back here this weekend and have a fantastic start to the championship altogether. Was 7th in this series last year in T4 Mini, so we'll be looking to go a little bit better than 7th. Racing for SR36 and won their first trophy at this very circuit, Billy Green. TIKC. So first times on the board, and Harley Burton goes to the top. 53 flat for Harley. Second then is Ben Daly with that name we were talking about, Billy Green in third, Stephen Doyle in fourth, James Stafford Jr. in fifth, and Ronan Sutcliffe, Colin McMahon, Varant Kumar, Jack Craig, Josh Higgins, Oisin O'Sullivan, Blake McRedmond and Milo Crowley. Ronan Sutcliffe top of the novice plate runners, 4 on the field. He's joined by Craig, Higgins and Crowley. Burton remaining at the top and improving with a 52.8. Harley Burton number 202. A member of the infamous Burton brothers and 4B Racing. Good improvement there for our leading novice, Ronan Sutcliffe. He's jumped up 2 positions and now on up to 5th position. So good lap by Sutcliffe. That demotes James Stafford and Colin McMahon down the spot, so they'll both have to try and improve if they want to get back up towards the top of the order. With 2 minutes to go here in qualifying for the T4 Minis. In our second qualifying session of the day. 3 more qualifying coming up after this, and then we'll have racing action. All our Heat 1s will take place before the lunch break, and then we'll have Heat 2 and the finals coming up afterwards. So James Stafford Jr. has responded to being pipped by Sutcliffe and is now back up to 5th position. Currently sits 8.5 tenths of a second off pole position on a 53.7. The track is getting warmer by the minute. Now sitting at 30 degrees, so it's so important to get your lap in early here in Kiltorcan, because as the day goes on, the lap times will get slower. Obviously in race running that doesn't matter as much as, well, if your lap times get slower because the track is getting warmer, everyone else's will. But in qualifying, when it is all timed, you got to get your run in. And that's a great lap from Stephen Doyle, who's up now to 2nd position. He was, and he's just been pipped by Ben Daly, so Ben Daly finding time as well, now up to 2nd. Varant Kumar an improvement as well, up to 8th. Kumar ran very well here at Kiltorcan in the final outing of last year. It was a very different day then, very wet conditions. But Kumar clearly liking the circuit, so keep an eye on him. So checkered flag out. And it's Hartley Brereton on top in qualifying in the T4 Minis, unless Ben Daly can say something about it. No, he can't. Will remain second. Stephen Doyle in third, then Billy Green in fourth. And a James Stafford Jr., Ronan Sutcliffe. Then it's Varane Kumar, Jack Craig and Colin McMahon. Top 9 have all taken the checker. We're waiting on the 4 behind, and across the line comes Oisin O'Sullivan to remain in 11th position. We're waiting on Josh Higgins, who crosses the line now, and that is 10th for Higgins. So just Blake McRedmond and Milo Crowley. Not looking like there'll be an improvement from either. And no, we'll remain 12th and 13th. So it's Brereton, Daly, Doyle, Green, Stafford, Sutcliffe, Kumar, Craig, McMahon, Higgins, O'Sullivan, McRedmond and Crowley. Your running order for T4 Mini. It is our 31 kart grid of T4 Juniors coming up next. T4 Junior hits the circuit now, and for their qualifying session, what a grid of T4 Juniors that we have here today. Let's run you through them quickly. So Jack Fingleton will be running the O plate. Tiernan O'Connor 307, 308 is Bobby Hackett, Wesley Brereton 309. Adam Lismore then behind in 310, and it will be Dermot Claridge in 311. Adrian Gill in 312. And Dominic Skromski in 313. Pierre Carnet 314. Jack Keneally in the 315, with 316 being Deirdre McMahon. Zach Battersby then in 317 ahead of Emily Stafford and Finlay Crowley. Ben O'Keefe 310 and 321 Saoirse McMahon. Fionn English 322, Owen McNamara 323, Teddy Black 324, followed by James King 325. Ian Kedzarek 326 and Sean Bolta 328. Max Cooling 329 ahead of Luke Kelly 330. Then it'll be Callum McIntyre 331. Owen Murphy is sporting number 332 ahead of Ali Rafael Zambrano Garcia, your round 1 winner, in 335, the Spanish representative in the field. Matthew O'Callaghan 335, with Ali Garcia 334. Will Daly 336, then Nathan Mitchell 355, and Jay Collins 374. Certainly not a small number of T4 juniors out on track. I believe there is one senior more than this junior field. So not the largest field of the day, remarkably. Jack Fingleton is currently quickest in the opening qualifying laps. We have one pulled aside. And that is Owen Murphy. He was not currently running. He is stuck through turn 11 on the gravel. Oh, there's someone joining him. So we have two karts off. Wesley Brereton goes fastest though, with 4 minutes to go in qualifying. It's then Fingleton, O'Keefe, Keneally, McMahon. Good running from Ben O'Keefe in third. So Saoirse McMahon jumping up to 5th position as well. Jumping up 6 places on that attempt. Beaten by Pierre Carnedo, who now goes to 4th. What a season it's been so far for Pierre Carnet. It really has been a roller coaster. Here in Kiltorcan for event 1 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. He won in Rotax Junior. Took the final win. Then in Watergrass Hill. In Tillotson, no luck whatsoever. It was a write-off. Very, very unlucky weekend. Then he travelled to the T4 Euro Cup and won the first round. So Pierre Carnet is driving the wheels off his race car these days. Be very interesting to see what he can do here in Kiltorcan once again. So Wesley Brereton still quickest, however. Zach Battersby has just jumped up to 2nd. Then Ben O'Keefe is in 3rd, and it's Jack Fingleton and Adam Lismore to round out the top 5. Round 1 winner, Ali Garcia, is in 13th. It was a tyre choice masterclass by Ali Garcia in the mixed conditions in Watergrass Hill. And it was a real shoveled up T4 junior race, but that was excellent to watch. It was an excellent spectacle. And it was remarkable that in the first round of the championship, 1st and 2nd were both novice runners. And it was Ali Garcia and Matthew O'Callaghan, with Emily Stafford in 3rd. So Emily was 22nd in the championship last season. Didn't complete the full amount of races on offer, hence the lower championship position. So 3rd place was 22nd in the championship last season, and 1st and 2nd were 2 novices. Now Ali Garcia, certainly not a novice by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of karting experience. Racing in T4 Series Spain. It's a bit like Spain here today. It'll be more familiar conditions to Ali Garcia. But enough about Ali, and more on our qualifying session, because Ben O'Keefe has just gone quickest and is looking for his first pole position of the year. There's only a minute left in this one. So Fionn English jumping up to 2nd and on the front row. Zach Battersby back up onto the 2nd row of the grid in 3rd. There's 25 seconds left here in qualifying. It's a 52-second lap, so a lot will be on their last run. There'll be one more in the locker for the drivers coming through the final corner. Other than that, it will be checkered flag drops, and checkered flag ready to drop now as Dermot Claridge Jr. goes quickest. Right, here we go then. Fingleton will remain 8th. 10th will be Keneally. Garcia down in 14th. No improvement from O'Keefe or English. It's looking good for Dermot Claridge, unless someone can pip him from down the order. Tiernan O'Connor, Saoirse McMahon cross the line to complete their runs. Battersby will remain 4th. There is an improvement from James King, who will jump up to 15th. We are waiting on a couple to cross the line now, and one of them is Dermot Claridge Jr. No improvement for Lismore, will remain 7th. We're still waiting on Carney. He will be the only one who can take this off Dermot Claridge Jr. up across the start-finish line. Oh, he's given it a good go. It's the front row of the grid. Oh, 3 thousandths between Dermot Claridge and Pierre Carney. All the pressure was on Carney to strip Dermot Claridge, the T4 Mini champion of last year, off pole. He couldn't do it, but he really ran it close. Dermot Claridge Jr. on pole in T4 Junior. Pierre Carney alongside. Ben O'Keefe in 3rd, followed by Fionn English. Then Zach Battersby, Wesley Brereton, Adam Lismore, then Jack Fingleton, Adrian Giel ahead of Jack Keneally, Nathan Mitchell, Saoirse McMahon, Tiernan O'Connor, Max Cooling, James King, Ali Garcia, Finlay Crowley, Luke Kelly, and Jake Collins in 19th, with Matthew O'Callaghan in 20th position. Then behind them, 21st, Callum McIntyre, Sean Bolter 22nd, out of Dominic Skriomski in 23rd, Nate Strang in 24th, with Will Daly in 25th, and Azine Kedzarek, Owen Murphy, Emily Stafford, Darren McMahon, Teddy Black, and Owen McNamara. And that's T4 Junior. We've T4 Senior coming up next, and T4 Senior in 2026 has been very exciting, fantastic close racing. Let's see how qualifying will go. Tillotson T4 Senior out for qualifying. We had an excellent first round of T4 Senior in Watergrass Hill, but we'll run you through today's field first. Brian Wilson is running the O plate after his success down in Cork. Luke Palmer 4:03, Peter Brett 4:05, Jake King Brunel 4:06, then Tyler Bruton 4:07 with Dermot Toomey in 4:08, Ben McNulty 4:09, Ava McMahon in 4:10 ahead of Richard Brescu in 4:11, Isabel McDermott 4:12, Cleana O'Sullivan and Kayla O'Sullivan 4:13 and 4:14, Cahan McClelland 4:15, Timon Kedzarek 4:16 ahead of your winner last time out the final, Robert Butler in 4:17, then Ollie Clark ahead of Josh Phelan and Adam Perry in 4:18, 19 and 20. Elijah Mooney and Niall Leahy 21-22. Michael Gallagher making his debut for the season in 4:24 ahead of Tara Keneally in 4:25. Samuel Harris and Adam Butler in 26 and 27, and then Demir Armahanov in 4:28 ahead of Hassan Khan in 4:29. Ben Deasy in 4:31 with Toby Maguire in 4:34. Then it is Jake Murray 4:37 ahead of Daniel Grigger in 4:51. Jack Mackenzie Smith 4:74 ahead of Luke Kavanagh, Max O'Neill and Joe Bechtold in 4:79, 4:95 and 4:98. Qualifying times changing left, right and centre, and it's Joe Bechtold who is up the top of the order now ahead of Luke Palmer and Samuel Harris, your top three. Cahan McClelland in fourth ahead of Brian Wilson in fifth, and Ava McMahon, Max O'Neill, Tyler Bruton, Jack Mackenzie Smith and Toby Maguire in 10th position. But still Bechtold up the top, but I imagine these times are going to keep changing. There is different groups of karts running around together. It's a lot easier to get a qualifying lap in here at Kiltorcan than it would be in the likes of Watergrass Hill. There's just a lot more space. It's a bigger circuit. So Jake Brunel up the top of the order now. Ollie Clark in second, then Joe Bechtold, Luke Palmer, Jack Mackenzie Smith as your top five. Jack Mackenzie Smith, 4:74, was a front runner last time out. Ended up fifth in the final, did the Tim Murray Racing representee. Only did one full round in last season's championship, but clearly that was enough experience to give him a little bit of pace. As Mackenzie Smith now in third. Peter Brett, big improvement for the Apex Twin Racing driver in the 4:05, up 20 positions now to fourth, so that was an excellent lap for Peter Brett to knock a chunk off his time. Cahan McClelland improving to fourth as well. So good lap for Cahan. There is less than a tenth separating the top six in running currently with 2 minutes to go in qualifying. I think we could be on for a good day as someone's pulled off at turn number 4. They've got back going again. That was Timon Kedzarek, but Kedzarek is back going now. Adam Butler breaks into the top 10. Brian Wilson will be a bit disappointed in how qualifying's going. He won the KT Cup here in T4 Senior, as Kedzarek has pulled off again at Marshall Post 5, so there is a problem for the number 416. Luke Palmer onto the front row, up to second place. Still Jake Brunel up the top. So Dermot Toomey, one of few improvers on the last spin round, jumps up 3 positions to 14th. Adam Perry being beaten by Niall Leahy as well. So 2 Apex Twin Racing drivers improving there. So checkered flag is out, and these will be the final laps. Robert Butler's just jumped up to 3rd with a storming time. Jake Brunel not able to improve. It's going to be down to Luke Palmer if he wants to steal pole position. And across the line, no, he won't. So Jake Brunel is going to start on pole here in T4 Senior with a fantastic time. It'll be Luke Palmer then in second, ahead of Robert Butler in third, then Ollie Clark in fourth, Jack Mackenzie Smith in fifth, and Cahan McClelland in sixth. Peter Brett is in seventh, with Joe Bechtold in eighth, then Tyler Burton in ninth, ahead of Adam Butler in 10th position, then Max O'Neill in 11th, ahead of Brian Wilson in 12th. Brian's got to be disappointed with that. Luke Kavanagh in 13th, Dermot Toomey 14th, then Samuel Harris, Niall Leahy, Adam Perry, Ava McMahon, Michael Gallagher, and Timon Kedzarek to round out the top 20, with Kedzarek having some problems throughout that session. Below Timon then is Kayla O'Sullivan, Richard Borescu, ahead of Jake Murray, Josh Phelan, Toby Maguire, Ben Deasy, Demir Armahanoff, ahead of Daniel Grigger, Cleena O'Sullivan, Isabel McDermott, and Hassan Khan to round out our T4 Senior running order. T4 Senior 168 coming up, folks. Now out on circuit is our final qualifying session before we go racing, and it's our T4 Senior 1/6/8. It was Colm Munnelly domination in the opening round of the championship, and the defending champion is looking to win again here. He's in 5:01 with Niall Herson, his championship rival from last season, in 5:02. Ryan Herson then 5:03, Kyle Brereton 5:04. Then it's Philip Godfrey, Thomas Croke, Chris Coleman, Scott Garvey, Mark Ormonde was quickest in practice this morning. Then Kevin McRedmond in 5:13, Peter McBride, Brendan Bleeks returning to the class, Tommy Brett, Stephen Brett, Mickey Brennan, Anthony Holland and Eddie Roach. So Mark Ormonde quickest with a 53.7. Out of Anthony Holland in second, Colm Munnelly in third, then Mickey Brennan, Stephen Brett, Tom Croke, Brendan Bleeks, and that's an improvement for Scott Garvey. Bang! Top of the order on his first lap. Brilliant time by the hot rod champion. Both the Hersons improving on that lap, and Ryan goes top ahead of Niall with 4 minutes to go in qualifying. Good lap from Peter McBride as well, up to third. So Anthony Holland went to the top for all of 2 seconds before he was beaten by Mark Ormonde, who was instantly beaten by Eddie Roach. And Roach now leading the field here in Senior 1/6/8. So current running order is Eddie Roach, Mark Ormonde, Anthony Holland, and then Ryan and Niall Herson. But that could well change on this trip round. Very interesting here. Colm Munnelly down in 8th position. That's the lowest he's been in quite some time. But it's a very strong field here in T4 Senior 1/6/8. 17 entrants, which is the highest in a good while. Bit of battling happening out on track as well. They're not just pumping in time attack after time attack, trying to find that clear space for the perfect run. A bit of a slipstream helps as well, of course. So not long to go now in this qualifying session. One more lap for everyone. Not much improvement out on circuit. As there seems to be some problems for Mickey Brennan, who has pulled in early, or certainly no longer registering times. It was the best lap at 10th for Brennan. So checkered flag out. Can anyone knock Eddie Roach off his perch? It won't be Gorman or Holland. Can Peter McBride have something to say about it? We're still waiting. No, he won't. So it's looking like this could be Eddie Roach unless Scott Garvey can pull a lap out of the bag. He's coming for the final couple of corners now. Here is Scott Garvey, in fact, coming towards the start-finish line. Is he able to pip it at the end? No, not quite. So it will be Eddie Roach on pole position. And Mark Gorman in second. Anthony Holland in third, ahead of Peter McBride in fourth. Then it's Ryan and Niall Hurson, fifth and sixth. Scott Garvey in seventh, ahead of Colin Munnelly in eighth, the champion. Down the order, Kyle Bruton in ninth. Mickey Brennan in 10th, ahead of Stephen Brett, Brendan Bleaks, Tom Croke, Tommy Brett, Philip Godfrey, Chris Coleman, and Kevin McRedmond in 17th. Folks, I tell you what, we have some shuffled up grids today. This is going to be a splendid day of racing. And we're getting started straight away. The Bambinos. Well, I thought they were ready to go, but don't seem to be on the dummy grid. But nonetheless, we have a fantastic day of action coming up. So our Bambinos getting ready now on the dummy grid, folks. We will have our first race of the day coming up very, very soon. So carts are rolling to get ready for the first race of the day, which is our T4 Bambinos. Dara Fitzgibbon on pole position. Emerson Hannon alongside. Then Hugo Battersby, Ollie Keneally, Georgie Greer, Jackson Godfrey, Vince McMenamin, and Elijah Hartzenberg. Such a great camaraderie amongst these young racers. There was all hands in the middle and let's go karting with the clerk of the course, Johnny Quigley, before the race. So all very excited to race here in Kiltorcan. Standing start for Bambinos. Every other class has rolling. So just a couple of moments to get these Bambinos into place on their starting grid. And then we will be racing. And oh, bit of contact before we get started. Hopefully no damage for either kart. They're both still sat there. No, seem to be okay and going. So hopefully no issues. So Fitzgibbon and Hannon on the front row. Fitzgibbon will have the inside into turn number 1. But the outside almost the optimal line here at Kiltorcan. Sometimes starting second is for the better. Certainly on the rolling start seems to be. Standing start's a different story, as of course Fitzgibbon will have a slight advantage into the first corner. Anyways, Hugo Battersby, that is, in third, in the Lando Norris helmet and the luminous yellow race suit. And Ollie Keneally behind, 4th last time out for Keneally. 4th in this championship last year, took 1 win. Where was that? Kiltorcan. So expect Keneally to be up the top. Little creep forward for Keneally as well. And now they're getting ready to watch the lights on the LED board here at Kiltorcan for the first race of the day of the second round of the Tillotson Ireland Karting Championships. And we go racing in Bambinos. Great bump start for Emerson Hannon, who's almost up and alongside Dara Fitzgibbon by the first corner. But Fitzgibbon leads. Hannon not able to sweep round the outside. It's a poor start for Hugo Battersby, who's forced onto the rumble strip on the outside. And Ollie Keneally and Georgie Greer are looking to try and get in front. But the top two are off and away, and Emerson Hannon is looking to try and go down the inside of Dara Fitzgibbon, but no move was on the cards, and Fitzgibbon is able to lead into the triple left-hander. They get through the first and second parts of it, and now off onto the little mini back straight before a long sweeping left. And Hannon looking for the outside. Will he dive one down the inside into the next hairpin? No, not able to do so. The next few corners is a handful of chicanes, followed by a handful of hairpins in what is a section of track that really does promote overtaking. Further behind, Battersby not able to recover from that poor start, so Hugo Battersby is down to 5th position, the O-plate runner. But your top two are neck and neck up in front. Dara Fitzgibbon will lead the opening lap with Emerson Hannon behind, and Hannon tucks in to the slipstream here down towards the first corner, and he's going to try and make the move in towards T1. Green and white race suit for Emerson Hannon, not able to make the move down the inside though, and Dara Fitzgibbon will remain in front. It's Georgie Greer who is in third. Great start for Georgie, leading novice. Then Battersby, Keneally, Godfrey, Hartzenberg and McMenamin. Still no move up the front for Emerson Hannon, remaining behind. It's an 8-minute race, this one, so we've 6.5 left of it, of our first of the 2 Bambino races here today. So top two neck and neck. Dara Fitzgibbon in the race lead from Clare. Member of the Clare Motor Club. Raced in the T4 Nations Cup last year. Was third in this championship. highest novice, 3 podiums, winner last time out, but he's under pressure from Emerson Hannon in towards the first corner, and Hannon down the inside but runs a little bit wide, and that's going to allow Fitzgibbon to get back on his inside. They're side by side heading through the carousel, but Emerson Hannon just gets in front and had the straight line speed from the exit, and Emerson Hannon now leads here in T4 Bambino in the opening heat on a track where he is absolutely excellent at racing. Further behind, Hugo Battersby is still trying to get past Georgie Greer. So Emerson Hannon now will tick over a lap lead, but Fitzgibbon is still right behind. They're both very evenly matched here with 4.5 minutes to go. Only a tenth and a half between the two of them at the line. And now Fitzgibbon, almost got on the inside, almost had the overlap. But Emerson Hannon was able to remain in front. So your race leader, Emerson Hannon, representing Tim Murray Racing, just like his father does in Formula V, under pressure from Fitzgibbon behind. 1 win last season for Emerson Hannon in his first season of racing. That came at White River, not here in Kiltorcan, but Kiltorcan seems to be Emerson Hannon's playground. Performs best here. Or certainly has in 2026 anyways. Was on the podium last time out in the opening round of the season in Watergrass Hill. These two could not be closer. Last lap they were within half a tenth of each other. Emerson Hannon does have the fastest lap, but again there's practically nothing in it. Your current running order is Hannon and Fitzgibbon. Then it's Georgie Greer, Hugo Battersby, Jackson Godfrey, Ollie Keneally, Hartensberg and McVeneman. And Fitzgibbon pulled out a line there to try and make a move, but it wasn't able to pull off. He wasn't able to pull it off. Side-by-side battle for fourth here between Georgie Greer and Jackson Godfrey. And Georgie Greer will get in front, but Godfrey's got the up and under. And that is a good move there, but battle still going on for the lead, and they are side-by-side once again. Dara Fitzgibbon still not able to get in front once he pulls out of the toe. Can't quite get past. A little bit of wheel screeching coming out of the final corner for our top two, and now Dara Fitzgibbon is on the inside, but no, just can't quite get past. So 50 seconds left in Bambinos. This one Still very much yet to be decided, although Emerson Hannon is controlling it and making the correct decisions while in the fight. It certainly is undecided, and Darragh Fitzgibbon is just one good overtake attempt away from stealing this one. It is the opening heat of 2 and one final to go. The final, the big points scorer, but of course you want to win your heats as well. And now, this is a real good opportunity for Fitzgibbon. He's alongside Hannon. He got a better run out of the final corner, and Darragh Fitzgibbon's back in the race lead, but Emerson Hannon just has an absolute monster in the back of that Kart, and Tim Murray has that thing running excellently. And as soon as Darragh Fitzgibbon pulls out of the tow, just seems to lose his competitive edge. So, not long to go now here in our opening race of the day. And it is Emerson Hannon leading Darragh Fitzgibbon as last lap board is shown. So this will be it. This is the final time to make an opportunity, as Darragh Fitzgibbon is right on the tail of Emerson Hannon here, in towards the hairpin. Will it be last of the late breakers for the young Clare man? Definitely had a look, couldn't quite get alongside. Seems to be very strong in sector 3, does Darragh Fitzgibbon though, so this one is not over yet, and Emerson Hannon is wheeling it now round the middle sector and pulling arguably the largest gap he's had in this race so far, and Emerson Hannon really wants to win around Kiltorcan here. He still has a lot of work to do today if he wants to try and take it, but a Heat 1 win would be a step in the right direction. Fitzgibbon still not able to get past, and it's looking like this could very much go the way of Emerson Hannon for the final corner. It will be a drag to the line because Hannon has got that one a little bit wrong. It's flat out for the final crest, and Darragh Fitzgibbon will be in the slipstream once again, but this one's only going one way, and that is in the way of Emerson Hannon, who will take the first heat win here in Kiltorcan, up and across the line. Excellent result for Emerson, and it is Darragh Fitzgibbon in second position. Hugo Battersby, in a world of his own, will come home in third, ahead of Jackson Godfrey in fourth. Georgie Greer still fighting with Ollie Keneally, so that one could be changed. For the final corner, it will be Battersby who comes home in third. Then Jackson Godfrey, ahead of Georgie Greer, Ollie Keneally. Then it'll be Elijah Hartsburg and Vince McMenamin. So, great race to start the day with the Bambinos. T4 Mini coming up next, and they are on the dummy grid waiting to be released. There shouldn't be too much kart clear up or track clean, so we should be going fairly quick once these Bambinos come into the pit lanes. T4 Mini out on circuit now. And Harley Bruton will start on pole position alongside Ben Daly. Bruton the class of the field in qualifying. Then Stephen Doyle and Billy Green on the second row, ahead of James Stafford Jr. and Ronan Sutcliffe, Rant Kumar. Jack Craig 7th and 8th, Colin McMahon and Josh Higgins 9th and 10th, and it is Oisin O'Sullivan, Blake McRedmond, Milo Crowley and Mia Jean Byrne, with Mia picking up a grid penalty for a sign-on issue. So Harley once again king of qualifying in T4 Mini as he was in round number 1. Let's see how the race goes. So coming towards the line now, he's joined by Ben Daly on the front row. So Daly will be on the outside, Brereton on the inside, as now T4 Mini heads down towards turn number 1. And it's a sweep round the outside by Ben Daly. What an excellent race start from the outside. And Brereton now under pressure from the third place driver, Stephen Doyle. Billy Green in 4th there as well, in the orange race suit, the yellow helmet, you can see bobbing away. Setting into the hairpin they go. 10 minutes plus 1 lap this race. Side by side down towards turn number 1, but it will still be Ben Daly who's in the race lead with Harley Brereton in second, but Harley's got a great exit off that corner and it might try a move now in towards the right-hander, and Harley Brereton's kart just looks an absolute rocket ship here this weekend in Kiltorcan. Stephen Doyle is behind, and Doyle will be looking to potentially capitalise on any mistakes or errors from the front two, and Stephen Doyle already is looking to capitalise on the battle in front. Really close to the front here in T4 Mini. So down towards the first corner again. It's a great run for Harley Brereton, but Ben Daly once again just able to hold it round the outside, and that's a brilliant little switchback from Harley Brereton, and they're side by side heading for the right-hander. But somehow your race leader still on top. Brereton chucks one down the inside, but Ben Daly able to sweep it the long way, and Ben Daly will remain in front for the time being. Surprised Stephen Doyle hasn't had a go just yet, but it's still Billy Green as well there in 4th. But Ben Daly, your race leader from Cork, a Rotax racer, 7th in Micromax last season. Now fighting here in Tillotson with Harley Brereton. Billy Green, O-plate winner, sneaks his way past. He's ahead of Stephen Doyle, but that pushes Doyle now down behind James Stafford, as here come the top two again, and Harley Brereton's got a much better run at it this time round, and now he's ahead and beside him at the apex, meaning Harley Brereton's able to pull it through, but Ben Daly swings it round the outside using all of the curbed runoff, and they're still side by side as towards the next corner. Little bit of a nudge between the two. There was a little bit of bumper to bumper racing there, but Ben Daly has now fallen down to second, and Harley Brereton is going to look to fly away at the front of this one. Has the pace advantage by the looks of things. He was just being held up, but now that he's in front, it may be the point of no return here in this race. But you never know. Billy Green looks racy in 3rd as well, and might be trying to get past Ben Daly. Even though it is a go-kart around a track he has raced before, there's still a learning curve in this for Ben Daly. And will certainly get quicker as the day goes on. Billy Green, though, well used to racing this class now, is behind him and pressurising him, because Billy Green fancies getting past and getting close to your race leader, Harley Brereton, ASAP. How does he make the move, though? It was a lovely move down the inside of Stephen Doyle into this next corner for Billy Green. Brereton runs a little bit wide. That'll kill his momentum a tad. Coming through the final corner and onto the main straight. Final corner absolutely flat. And Billy Green now has the run on Ben Daly. And Ben Daly a little bit wide through the opening corner. Is this going to be the opportunity for Billy Green? It is, and Billy Green, last to the late breakers down the inside, forces Ben Daly to run wide, and it's another clinical move by Billy Green. Ben Daly now fighting with your fourth place runner. That's James Stafford Jr. And James Stafford is ahead now, so Ben Daly falling to fourth, and Ben Daly seems to be all over the place all of a sudden. Stephen Doyle may be able to get past as well. But unfortunate that for Daly. He was running so well. Billy Green made a crucial move, but it might have been too late for Billy Green if he wants to get after the race leader. As there's one pulled off, that is Milo Crowley, who waves them all through, and fair play to Milo. Slowed up, had a clear hand signal to alert the carts behind that he was running slow, and for someone on novice plates, that is excellent maturity. Fair play to Milo Crowley for that one. Ben Daly and Stephen Doyle still side by side, and Stephen Doyle is trying the move around the sweeper, but not able to make it stick. And Stephen Doyle went for the move down the inside, but killed all his momentum. And now Varant Kumar is through, so Varant Kumar now attacking Ben Daly for fourth. It is an up and down race here for T4 Mini. A really entertaining one, position swapping and changing left, right and centre. 1.5 at the line between Brereton and Green. What is it now? It is 1.6. So Harley Brereton is extending the gap at the lead of this field. Daly and Kumar side by side, and there goes Varant Kumar up and in front, and still no way past for Stephen Doyle despite all his efforts. Not able to get ahead. Stephen Doyle, the best result of fourth last season, was fourth in the opening round in Watergrass Hill, so a podium here today would be his best result. Still can't find a way past. Yes, he can. Lovely move by Stephen Doyle down the inside. Very similar to Billy Green's. And he's now ahead of Ben Daly. Billy Green not out of the woods yet, being chased down by James Stafford Jr. And there's only a handful of tenths of a second between the pair. Harley Brereton is off and away at the front. And now Billy Green trying to hold on to second place here. James Stafford right behind. A little bit of a mistake for Stafford. Little bit of a mistake for Kumar. And Stephen Doyle is now trying to get past Kumar. So 1 minute on the nose remaining in this one. Plus 1 lap, and Stephen Doyle and Kumar are side by side into the first corner. And who's going to exit it in front? It will be Varant Kumar. Was 10th last time out, so already improving upon that is Kumar. But as we said in the qualifying, if you weren't with us, folks, ran exceptional here last year in the final round of the championship. So clearly a track Kumar performs well at, and one that suits his driving ability. A little bit more breathing room for Billy Green now. I certainly wouldn't call it substantial, but it is a little bit more. And of James Stafford Jr. So 1 more lap after this one for Harley Burton, who has been exceptional up the front of this race once he got into the race lead. Pulled off a good move to get ahead of Ben Daly. 1 win last year in this T4 Mini Championship in Athboy. But he did race Rotax as well. Also won a pre-final, the IGP. So it was a successful 2025 for Harley Burton, but he just seems to have that pace advantage here in 2026. As now Billy Green has to go defensive on James Stafford Jr. And Stafford tried to hack it and move around the lapper, but he couldn't pull it off. So now we'll have to try and get creative somewhere else. Is that down the inside into this next corner? No, it isn't. It'll be one of the hairpins, you'd imagine, for James Stafford Jr. So Billy Green, if he gets a good run through the chicanes, might stay in front, and he seems to be still in front now. And Stafford Jr. down the inside. That's a beauty, is it? No! Oh, wow, Billy Green sells him a dream and gets the switchback manoeuvre. That is a beauty for Billy Green. Harley Bruton takes the win amongst all that. Or Harley Bruton has dropped down the order. Was there a penalty somewhere along the line for Harley Bruton? There must have been, because he's fallen to 4th, meaning that switchback for Billy Green has given him the win. Yeah, it seems like there was a penalty for Burton. So your results on the timing is Billy Green, your winner. James Stafford Jr. in 2nd. Varant Kumar in 3rd. Harley Burton in 4th. Not overly sure what penalty he did receive. He got a black and white flag. There's Ben Daly, Stephen Doyle, Colin McLaughlin, Jack Craig, Ronan Sutcliffe, Oisin O'Sullivan, Josh Higgins, Blake McRedmond and Milo Crowley to round us out in T4 Mini. We'll have T4 Junior coming up. So T4 Junior out on circuit now, folks, and what a monster grid we have of T4 Juniors. Let's try run you through their starting order as quick as we can. Dermot Claridge Jr. and Pierre Carnet on the front row. Claridge on pole with a 52.670, Carnet 52.673, so practically nothing between them. Then it's O'Keefe, English, Battersby, Bruton, Lismore, Fingleton, Giel, Keneally, Mitchell, McMahon, Cooling, King, O'Connor, Garcia, Crowley, Kelly, Collins, O'Callaghan, McIntyre, Bolta, Skromjomski ahead of Strang, Daly, Kedzarek, Murphy, Stafford, McMahon, Black, and McNamara. That is your running order. As they come towards the line now, or are we waved around? We are indeed. Could have took the starting grid slower. So it was a great qualifying by Dermot Claridge Jr. And said what we thought was an unbeatable time, but Pierre Carnet was able to get pretty close to it. Dermot Claridge Jr., your 2025 T4 Mini champion with 4 wins and 1 second place. Describes himself as a farmer by trade, does Dermot Claridge. Not remotely old enough to be working in that full time, in case you did think so. Attends Abbey Community College full time. Raced in the T4 Nations Cup as well in Valencia towards the end of last year. Then it is the on-form runner in Irish karting alongside him, Pierre Carnet, the Frenchman, a resident of County Mayo. So as they snake their way through the final corner, there is an eagerness along the wall on the main straight, with eager spectators awaiting the Tillotson T4 Juniors. As down towards the tram tracks, they accelerate. It's Carnet and Claridge in for the first corner, and Dermot Claridge Jr. loses the race lead to Pierre Carnet, and Carnet now is in front, and Claridge will have to try and fight his way back. It seems to be the trend continuing of whoever is on the outside line has the advantage in through the first corner. Ben O'Keefe, a fast starter as well, he's in third place, and you can see with the Max Verstappen helmet running just behind Dermot Claridge Jr. Fourth still looks to be Fionn English with the blue helmet, and then Zach Battersby is in and amongst it as well. A rather calm start for Tillotson T4 Junior standards. In through the hairpin for the first time. Pierre Carnet still leads, Dermot Claridge Jr. behind. So now down the main straight for the first time. A glance over the shoulder for some, but it is your running order as they were. There's a black and white flag for 316. There's no moves in and amongst the top positions. Rather calm for T4 Junior. Johnny Quigley must have given them a bit of a talking to on the dummy grid. Further back, some movers and shakers. Saoirse McMahon is ahead of Adrian Giel, and that was 3 spots for McMahon. Lismore was down 4. Ali Garcia, no positions gained. Your round 1 winner, of course, in the wet conditions in Watergrass Hill, but Claridge doing a good job at the front now, and Fionn English is starting to look for a move, and Fionn English has got on the inside of Ben O'Keefe, and that's as perfectly placed as they come for Fionn English, but Ben O'Keefe able to hang it round the outside. He now has the toe from Carnet in front. So Claridge back in front, Carnet in second, O'Keefe behind. Pierre Carnet seems to have the pace in this one. He's keeping up with Claridge. Claridge not able to pull a gap. And Ben O'Keefe persevering at the front of this one. So it's Dermot Claridge Jr. in the race lead, Pierre Carnet in second, then Ben O'Keefe, Young English out of Wesley Burton. We have problems for one, unfortunately. They're falling down the order. As that is Tiernan O'Connor who has pulled off, so Tiernan O'Connor no longer running in this race, unfortunately. 2025 his debut year, but his opening race of 2026 has not gone to plan. So still honours even at the front of this T4 Junior field. This is the closest Carnet has been, but turn one's not an overtaking opportunity here really, unless there's a mistake from the kart in front. There is a black and white flag being shown to Adam Lismore, the Northern Irishman. And now Fionn English and Brereton side by side. And Wesley Brereton with a wave of the hand saying, go on, you stay in front, Fionn. But let's crack on and try catch the podium runners. Still 7 minutes remaining in this, plenty of time, a lot of patience amongst the field of T4 juniors, and certainly these guys and girls, I should say, preparing for T4 senior racing. So that sense of maturity and that level of maturity needs to build. Smarter decisions such as maybe not going for the risky move with 7 minutes to go is all included in that. Zach Battersby has got ahead of Jack Fingleton. So your O-plate winner is down to 7. And now that's slow through the hairpin for Dermot Claridge. And that's forced Pierre Carnet in towards Ben O'Keefe. And Ben O'Keefe might be looking for a move here. Unfortunately, we have another one pulled off as well, and that is James King, who will be taking an early lunch break, I'm afraid. That's at the final corner that King is pulled off. So still very close at the front of this grid. And now finally, Pierre Carnet is starting to look for a move. With 5 minutes remaining in 5 minutes plus 1 lap, I should say, remaining in this heat, and the top three are very close indeed. Jack Keneally getting past Nathan Mitchell on the last lap was your only overtaker. Ali Garcia slowly working his way up the order as well in 14th now. Still no move for Carnet, stuck behind. Pierre Carnet, who was recently racing in weather similar to this in the T4 Euro Cup. took the win as well there, did Pierre in the T4 Junior Championship. As we have a car park, and there's 3 of them parked and looking to get going. That's 3 of the back markers. And they've all seemed to get going. And there's problems for one. Yellows are waving. And there's a couple of them stopped, unfortunately. So still no move on for Carney, but this is his best opportunity, and he's on the inside for the final corner, and Dermot Claridge Jr. is really going to have to work for this one now. Ben O'Keefe involved in it as well. They are neck and neck towards turn number 1, and it will be Claridge who swings it round the outside. What a beauty of a move to stay in the race lead. Ben O'Keefe is looking for this one as well, as they're all so close, piling in towards the hairpin. Carney on the inside. Now Claridge is the inside through the triple left-hander. And Dermot Claridge Jr. just about remaining in front in this one, as Pierre Carney cannot find a way past with 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Ben O'Keefe, is he going to fancy his chances? I'm not too sure. He's still behind Carney and not really attempting overtaking manoeuvres. Fionn English is involved in this as well, and what is a 4-horse race? We have unfortunately seem to be dropping Wesley Bruton. As there is still yellow flags out in the middle sector, which will make it tricky for drivers to overtake in that section of track. Still no move on for Pierre. And Claridge was a little bit off his apex, and Carney fancied it, but chucking it down the inside for a flat out corner, it's not the smartest decision. And Carney knew that, held back, and is waiting for a better attack. So now they're side by side for the final corner once again. Pierre Carney and Dermot Claridge Jr. Heading through. Ben O'Keefe involved in this. Fionn English was looking for it. They just cannot find a way past down the main straight. It's really going to have to take something brave to dispatch Dermot Claridge out of the race lead of this one. And Carney looking for it down the outside. He's tried to swap or turn him inside out, but has not worked. Sean Bolta able to get past Ali Garcia. And we've another car park at the hairpin. There's 2 stopped. And Claridge has lost the race lead because of it. Dermot Claridge Jr. has lost the race lead. He went to the outside of the 2 parked, whereas Carney and O'Keefe went to the inside. I'm not sure about that. That could be classed as overtaking under yellows. But Claridge is not going to get the positions back now because he's dropped to 5th. That's an awful way to lose the race lead in what was such a valiant effort from Dermot Claridge Jr. But it is Pierre Carney in the race lead. And Claridge obviously assessed the situation, felt that going around the outside of the 2 parked carts was the best option, where Carney and O'Keefe saw that there was a gap on the inside. I don't know, there could well be a steward's discussion on that one. As Claridge didn't just lose 1st or 2nd, he's now down to 5th place, which is a significant points drop when you're trying to build points for a good starting position in the final. Last lap here in Kiltorcan in a dramatic T4 Junior clash. Now more lap traffic is coming into play, and again they have to weave their way through them, and this is all getting a bit hectic in the first sector. Ironically, the one held up most again was Dermot Claridge, but he's not in a fight anymore. now through the final corners. It will be another number 1 position for Pierre Carnet, no matter how it was taken. And he is going to take the Heat 1 win here in T4 Junior. Ben O'Keefe will come home in second. Then it will be Fionn English, Jack Fingleton, Dermot Claridge Jr., Zach Battersby, Adrian Giel, Wesley Brereton, Adam Lismore, then Jake Collins, Owen McNamara, Sean Bolta in 12th. Luke Kelly will come home in 13th. Then Ian Kedzarek and Ali Garcia. Nathan Strang in 16th, Emily Stafford in 17th, ahead of Dominic Skriomski, Jack Keneally and Will Daly to round out the top 20 in T4 Junior. T4 Senior coming up next, folks. T4 Senior taking to the circuit now. And it was a very interesting qualifying for T4 Senior. Just on that junior race, it's looking like there will be penalties handed out at the front of it for overtaking under yellow, so we'll run you through all that as we get back to junior racing on our cycle. But I'll focus on senior now, and it is Jake Brunel on pole position alongside Luke Palmer. Robert Butler starts third, Ollie Clark in fourth, then Jack Mackenzie Smith in fifth, out of Cathal McClellan, Peter Brett, Joe Bechtold, Tyler Bruton and Adam Butler. Then it is O'Neill. Brian Wilson starts from 12th, Kavanagh, Toomey, Havers, Leahy, Ava McMahon, Gallagher, Perry, Timon Kedzarek, O'Sullivan, Borescu, Murray, Phelan, Deasy, Armahanov, Grigger, Maguire, O'Sullivan, Isabel McDermott, Hassan Khan, and Ben McNulty. So Brunel, Palmer, Butler, Clark, the four at the front that you're keeping an eye on. Luke Palmer will be on the outside, Jake Brunel on the inside. Will we see someone be able to defend pole position? We haven't had anyone yet. He's down towards the first corner, they call him, and now Luke Palmer is on the outside, Jake Brunel on the inside, and we are waved around. So the wave around, folks, is or takes place if the grid is not fully, or if the stewards feel it's fit, first and foremost, that the grid is not fully complete, or if they are out of line, too fast, too slow. An improper race start gets waved around. If there is more than a small number of people who are causing an issue, it will get waved around. If it's one person slightly out of line on the tram lines, then it will just be a penalty and race will be started as normal. But it is Jake Brunel on pole position, racing for Oran Henry Racing. Podium last time out in Watergrass Hill for Jake. So we'll try that again. Coming round for the final corner. It is once again Brunel on the inside and Palmer on the outside, and it's a lot better this time round, and now we are green racing as they accelerate for the first corner, and Jake Brunel has defended pole position and he's forced Luke Palmer into a whole world of pain, because it looks like Robert Butler is able to sneak through as well, and Ollie Clark is in amongst it, and there's contact, and Luke Palmer has made contact with one of the OHR carts by the looks of things. Jack Mackenzie Smith is in the fight here as well as they head down towards the left-hander. We're all safely through and running. So we have a full field of T4 seniors looking to complete the first lap. There's battling for second now, and it is Robert Butler who's involved in it. Winner last time out. And Luke Palmer able to recover to fourth. But it is Jake Brunel who is leading. And Robert Butler ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith and Luke Palmer. Joe Bechtold, the Dutchman, is in fifth. Ahead of Cahan McClelland in sixth. Ollie Clark in seventh. Then it is Peter Brett, Brian Wilson and Luke Kavanagh. Good start for Brian Wilson. He's up to ninth, 3 places from his starting position. But Robert Butler is chasing down your race leader. Butler oozing with confidence after such a fantastic performance in Cork. And now he's trying a big move down the inside. And Robert Butler is looking to get the run. No, couldn't quite get the run on your race leader, Jake Brunel. And Brunel now has to deal with Butler in towards the first corner. And Robert Butler is gone for it, and oh, very lucky to hang on. There's a little bit of a nudge between the two, and Robert Butler sneaks on through. So does Jack Mackenzie Smith, and Mackenzie Smith not able to get past your race leader, but he is up to second. Luke Palmer in the fight for third position now. That's with who he joined on the front row, Jake Brunel. So the front row down to second, and there's a big move down the inside from Jack Mackenzie Smith, who's up and ahead of Robert Butler. And for the final corner, it is Jack Mackenzie Smith who leads. Now it's Brunel and Butler side by side, but Robert Butler has a rocket in the back of that go-kart down the main straight. No one can get past him. It looked for all it was worth that Jake Brunel was going to be side by side into the first corner, but Butler just able to stay in front. Luke Palmer now moved down the inside. No, he hasn't got past Brunel. He tried it down the inside. It looked like it was a successful one, but not able to pull it off, unfortunately. Disappointingly for him. And now behind them, oh, there's contact between the three, and it's Cahan McClellan and Luke Palmer that clatter into each other. It was a brave move by Cahan McClellan down the inside. It hopped Luke Palmer off Brunel, and now the whole order has changed at the hairpin. Cahan McClellan a day late and $1 short, unfortunately. I mean, he has got the position, but it was through contact. There could well be a bumper penalty for any of them. It's given the top two a lot of breathing room at the top, though, and Jack Mackenzie Smith now leads Robert Butler, who are well in front of the rest. Brian Wilson now finds himself in third. Then it's Joe Bechtold in fourth, Jake Brunel, Ollie Clark, Cahan McClellan, Luke Kavanagh, Peter Brett and Tyler Brereton. Luke Palmer is all the way down to 16th position. So just under 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this one. And it is Jack Mackenzie Smith at the front leading Robert Butler in second. Two of the front runners from the opening round of this championship. And oh, someone gone wide at the first corner and into the gravel. There was one of our back markers, unfortunately. As Brian Wilson has worked his way up to third. You knew the poor qualifying for Wilson was just a one-off. Kiltorcan certainly his forte. You can almost assume that he works here. Which he does, of course. Now hunting down the top two, Jack Mackenzie Smith and Robert Butler. But these top two are going to look to go fighting, and they are neck and neck here in this one. Jack Mackenzie Smith from Mace, County Kildare. Robert Butler from Kilkenny. The local lad in amongst the fight. As the fastest lap of the race in this one going to Jake Brunel, who is fighting with Joe Bechtold and Brian Wilson. And the battle for third is heating up. Brian Wilson has just been nudged and immediately waved towards the marshal, and he's now side by side with Brunel, and Joe Bechtold in the gold helmet, gold race suit, nudges his way through. The Dutchman, well aware of the situation, knew Wilson and Brunel were both very much locked into their own fights, and he caught off Brunel napping. He caught Brunel, he forgot he had more carts behind him, and now Wilson's in third, so it's Bechtold in fourth, and now fifth place is Jake Brunel. Wilson defending. This has been an up and down race for Brunel. Oh, someone's gone off. There's a problem for one who has gone straight on at the long sweeping left-hander. It almost looked like the kart just turned off, disappointingly. But nonetheless, the battle for the lead rages on. And now it's a big move from around the outside for Robert Butler, but Jack Mackenzie Smith is able to defend it off. And it was Ollie Clark who had the mechanical and is still stuck. Leaders coming through this sector now. No, day done for Ollie Clark. Well, not day done. Heat 1 done for Ollie Clark. First little bit of breathing space for your leader, Jack Mackenzie Smith. Peter Brett has got past Joe Bechtold. That is in the fight for fifth. So Brett, the Apex Twin Racing driver, now looking to fight with Brunel. But Bechtold he's bullied his way past there. And Joe Bechtold is back now up and in front of Peter Brett. Still looking at our leaders. In through the left-hander. That's Ollie Clark. You can see he stood there with the cart now placed firmly on the barrier. So 2 laps to go at the front of the first T4 senior heat. Jack Mackenzie Smith, was a wave of the hand for something, and he slightly missed his apex in the first corner. So Robert Butler is back close once again. Robert Butler, who has raced around here so far this year. Raced in the KT Cup, of course, finished 6th in that. That race was won by Brian Wilson. And Brian Wilson is now side by side with Jake Brunel once again. And Jake Brunel goes the long way past. And he's now back up to third. Peter Brett is in this fight as well, as is Joe Bechtold. And by the looks of it, it is Brunel, Wilson, Brett and Bechtold. But heading on to the last lap, Jack Mackenzie Smith has had an excellent final sector and will now lead across the line. Late in the breaks through one for Robert Butler. But Butler not close enough. Fight for third still continues, and they all go barreling into the hairpin, and heads are slightly being lost in this fight for third. And Joe Bechtold hangs it round the outside of Peter Brett, and now he's looking to attack your O-Plate winner Brian Wilson. He can't quite get past Brian Wilson. Up the front is going to be Jack Mackenzie Smith who'll take the win. Robert Butler not close enough for a move on the last lap. Is there going to be a dive into the hairpin from any of them? No, there isn't. It's rather calm on the last lap. of the opening heat of the T4 Seniors, but it is going to be Jack Mackenzie-Smith on top in heat number 1, ahead of Robert Butler in second position. Jake Brunel will come home in third, ahead of Brian Wilson, Joe Bechtold and Peter Brett for 5th and 6th. Luke Palmer recovered to 7th ahead of them, after contact with the man he finished ahead of. Cahan McClellan in 8th, Tyler Burton in 9th, Dermot Toomey, Max O'Neill, Luke Kavanagh, then it is Adam Perry, Michael Gallagher, Ava McMahon, Niall Leahy, Richard Brescu, Kayla O'Sullivan, Josh Phelan and Toby Maguire to round out the top 20 placers. So we'll have one more race before lunch, folks. Senior 168. Every race today has had a very solid fight for the race lead. It's fantastic. Really entertaining morning so far here in Kiltorcan. Stick around with us, folks, for one more before lunch. Senior 168. Eddie Roach on pole. So our last race before the lunch break is our T4 Senior 168 class, and Eddie Roach is on pole position with Mark Ormonde alongside him. Track owner here at Kiltorcan, Anthony Holland, starts in third with Peter McBride in fourth. Ryan Hurston and Niall Hurston lock out row 3 in 5th and 6th. Scott Garvey and Colm Munnelly in 7th and 8th. Colm, the defending champion, defending winner here at Kiltorcan in this class as well. Kyle Burton in 9th, Mickey Brennan starts from 10th, had issues in qualifying, did Mickey. Then Stephen Brett in 11th, Brendan Bleeks in 12th, then Tom Croak, Tommy Brett, Philip Godfrey, Chris Coleman, and Kevin McRedmond to round out the running order. So they're coming towards the start-finish line now. It is Roach on the inside, Gorman on the outside as they accelerate in towards turn number 1. Eddie Roach has got a good start and gets away well, and he will lead, and there's a lot of nudging and free abreast on the exit of the first corner. Anthony Holland is looking to make moves. He's in the Kiltorcan race suit, and Mark Gorman is as well, of course, down the inside, though they're all pushing and shoving, and Mickey Brennan is involved in that one, but someone has had a little bit of contact and spins round. But gets back going okay, and I think it was Kevin McRedmond who got a fast start and was up to the mid-pack. Was falling back a little bit again, but still your race leader Eddie Roach in through the first couple of hairpins. Mark Ormonde kept with him. Certainly a couple of the Kiltorcan drivers up the top in the Kiltorcan Raceway race suit. Now down towards the first corner again. It is Anthony Holland, not Mark Ormonde, in the Kiltorcan suit. Mark Ormonde is in third, so it is Roach, Holland, Gorman, Hurston. That is Ryan Hurston of Peter McBride. Scott Garvey, Niall Hurston, Colm Munnelly, Kyle Burton, and then Mickey Brennan remaining in 10th position. So still Eddie Roach in the lead. There was domination the last time in Watergrass Hill for Colm Munnelly, who currently runs in 8th position, but Anthony Holland was in 2nd. So Anthony Holland going for the championship this season, it seems. The owner and operator of this fabulous Kiltorcan Raceway, and he now lunges one down the inside. It may be his track, but he wasn't awfully sure on where to brake for that corner. Very late on the brakes to try and make the move stick, and Anthony Holland has lost the position to Mark Ormonde. So Gorman now up to 2nd spot. The other podium placer from Watergrass Hill, Mark Ormonde, was a steady 3rd, but had a good fight with Eddie Roach actually in the final. Now they're still fighting for the lead, and Mark Ormonde is trying to go past Eddie Roach once again, and he's got past Eddie Roach, so Mark Ormonde is ahead, and Anthony Holland shoves Eddie Roach out to the curb. He knew all where the track was there, did Anthony Holland. So now Mark Ormonde leads, Holland in 2nd, Eddie Roach in 3rd position. Ryan Hurston 4th, and it's Scott Garvey. Niall Hurston gets past Peter McBride. Mickey Brennan is up to 9th. Brendan Bleeks also getting up a spot. He's now up to 10th. That demotes the 4B Racing Kart of Kyle Burton down to 11th position. And they're all still fighting in the mid-pack. A really entertaining one, and this is the closest 168 has been in quite some time. They're free wide for 3rd now. That's Eddie Roach, Ryan Hurston and Scott Garvey, and Eddie Roach is losing more places here after starting on pole position. He's now down to 5th spot, trying to lunge back down the inside on Hurston, I believe, but couldn't quite make it stick. So now, still in 5th spot, is Eddie Roach. But through the final corner, 7.5 minutes to go here in this one, in what's been an excellent 168 contest so far. Mark Ormonde still leads Anthony Holland, then it's Ryan Herson behind. Eddie Roach is now down to 5th place, so Scott Garvey is the one in front. Ryan Herson finds himself in 3rd. It's going to be the two Carrick-on-Shore Motor Club members and organisers, Eddie Roach versus Mickey Brennan, in a few moments' time. If Mark Ormonde, or Eddie Roach I should say, keeps dropping down the order, but he's got Niall Herson and Colin Munnelly to contest with first. Colin Munnelly is trying to get past his championship rival from last season, Niall Herson. It was a remarkable comeback effort here at the final round for Colin Munnelly to take that championship. I think he needed to win every race and hope for a couple of results elsewhere, and he did just that. Swept the weekend. Fight for the lead rages on. Mark Ormonde versus Anthony Holland up the front. Mark Ormonde 7th in the championship last season. Anthony Holland only did 2 rounds. Anthony Holland currently holds the fastest lap in this one. We are over halfway through the race. 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in our final race before the lunch break, folks. And now there's the move from Anthony Holland down the inside on Mark Ormonde. And Anthony Holland is in the race lead. Now work to do for Mark Ormonde. Can he fight back? He has Ryan Herson right behind him as well. So little bit of space between the top 3. But Ryan Herson trying to pressure on and would like more than 3rd place here in this one. Two podiums last season. Ryan Herson had. His brother Niall had 3 wins and 3 podiums. En route to 2nd in the championship, but Ryan was 3rd. As we do have a yellow flag out, a local yellow, but it doesn't seem like there's anyone gone off. Oh, there is. It's over through the next section of circuit. It's Thomas Croak, I think, who's gone off, 5:07. Very disappointing for Tom Croak. Niall Herson, or Scott Garvey, apologies, not Niall Herson, has caught up to the top group. So it's now a 4-way fight here for the lead, but Anthony Holland just looks comfortable. I suppose they say there's no place like home. Mark Ormonde's got to be careful. Ryan Herson is starting to pitch an attack. Yeah, just confirmation it was Tom Croak who is stood in the middle of the circuit now and parked over, unfortunately. There's track temperature now 37 degrees. Exceptionally warm. Certainly no such thing as cold tyres out on track today anyways, for the most part. There's a move. That's Scott Garvey, who's looking to get past Ryan Herson. It didn't work out that time, so Garvey will have to try again. Scott Garvey, a 2023 Hot Rod champion. Raced in the Nations Cup in Valencia in September. All still very close at the top. A minute and 30 left plus 1 lap. Not long in the opening heat of Senior 168. This is a draining race in temperatures such as this. Anyone who's worn a race suit can tell you not the coolest things ever. They're quite warm. And I imagine Tillotson karting hasn't quite invested in cool vests yet, or the technology to run them on the back of a race car. I'm sure Ormonde Racing probably have them. No, not something in karting just yet. There will be some genius who'll come up with something. But for the most part, karting races are not long enough to warrant such technology. Fastest lap in this one belonging to Peter McBride in 8th position. He gained 4 places on the last lap and is now ahead of Kyle Burton. He's demoted Mickey Brennan down to back to 10th. That's where Mickey started, so all his progress in this race has been firmly undone. So 10 seconds to go. We'll have 2 more laps here in this one, just about. Watching the battle from the lead, but just behind these two there's an interesting battle. This is Niall Herson and Colin Munnelly. Munnelly has worked his way up to 6th position, but he'd like 5th for those extra few points, as we have a slow kart on the main straight. That's is Mickey Brennan, so Mickey is having more issues here. He got 4 laps in qualifying due to issues. Puffs of smoke coming out left, right and centre. But Anthony Holland, for whatever reason, has pulled a massive gap here, and now the fight is for second between Mark Ormonde and Ryan Herson. So they've all split up a little bit, and Ryan Herson looking for second, but it's going to be hard to come by because Mark Ormonde has now pulled a little bit of a gap, but Anthony Holland will take the first heat win here in Kiltorcan in the Senior 168s. He was second all the way along in Watergrass Hill, so to cross the start-finish line in first is a fantastic one. Mark Ormonde second, Scott Garvey third, Niall Herson fourth, just beats Colin Munnelly in 5th. Then it's Ryan Herson, Peter McBride, Eddie Roach, Kyle Burton, and Stephen Brett, Tommy Brett, Kevin McRedmond. Sorry, Tommy Brett beats Stephen Brett to 10th. As all below the top 10 seem to be having issues, because Stephen Brett is trundling his way round. Brendan Bleeks comes home in 13th. He has already taken the checker. So to give you your results now, it is Anthony Holland, Mark Ormonde, Scott Garvey, Niall Herson, Colin Munnelly, Ryan Herson, Peter McBride, Eddie Roach, Kyle Burton, Tommy Brett, Stephen Brett, Kevin McRedmond, Brendan Bleaks, Mickey Brennan, Philip Godfrey, and non-finishes for Chris Coleman and Tom Croak. That is all for the morning session, folks. We will have Heat 2s and our finals coming up after the lunch break. So stick around with us. Grab yourself a nice sandwich or a 99. Come back to us for another fantastic afternoon of racing. So welcome back, folks, to the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships here at our Tillotson only event in Kiltorcan Raceway. We're getting racing action back underway with our T4 Bambinos for their second heat. Heat 1 won by Emerson Hannon. He starts second, though. It is Dara Fitzgibbon who starts on pole. Hugo Battersby in third, and it's Ollie Keneally, Georgie Greer, Jackson Godfrey, Vince McMenamin, and Elijah Hartensberg. That is your running order. And they're about to get underway shortly. Standing start for Bambinos, of course, as they're being pulled into their final grid positions. So, red lights are on, waiting for the drop, and now we go racing for the Bambinos, and it is another good start for Emerson Hannon, who's up alongside Dara Fitzgibbon at the first corner, and Hannon is in the race lead. That is an excellent getaway for the Tim Murray Racing driver, and Dara Fitzgibbon is down to second. It was those two away at the front in heat number 1, so expected to be a close run affair again between Hannon and Fitzgibbon. It's a good start for Battersby. He stays in third. Had a poor getaway in heat number 1, but heat number 2 has gone a lot better for the Bambino racer. It is Ollie Keneally and Georgie Greer fighting for fourth position, but Emerson Hannon, head down, tucked into the steering wheel, leads at the front. Dara Fitzgibbon in second. They all circle around in the race lead. Completing the first lap then is Emerson Hannon in the race lead once again, right where he left off, with Dara Fitzgibbon right on his coattails in towards turn number 1. It is Hannon, Fitzgibbon, Battersby, Keneally, Greer, Godfrey, Hartensberg, McMenamin. Your running order here in the Bambinos. 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in what is an 8-minute plus 1 lap heat in total. The beautiful sunny Kiltorcan Raceway. Track temperature on a whopping 38 degrees now, which would be similar to what you'd see in racing circuits in Spain and south of Europe. No change at the front. Still Emerson Hannon in the lead, with Fitzgibbon behind and Battersby chasing. Fastest lap in that one belonging to Emerson Hannon, but there is not much to separate the two of them, as you can see on your screen. And Dara Fitzgibbon, will he try and move this time round? No, won't. Will stay behind. Definitely making Emerson Hannon think once or twice. Forcing the other driver into a mistake. Almost as good as an overtake. And that is what Dara Fitzgibbon may have to try if he wants to knock Emerson Hannon off the top of this race. We were in this exact scenario earlier on this morning, but it was the other way round. It was Hannon chasing Fitzgibbon. Here comes Dara Fitzgibbon. They're side by side down the main straight. And Dara Fitzgibbon on the inside. Is he able to hook up the corner nicely? He is. And Dara Fitzgibbon leads in T4 Bambino. Hannon now behind. It is almost identical to how it was this morning. There's different drivers in different places. Responsibility lies with Emerson Hannon now to try and make the overtake. That inside line through the chicane, and oh, little bit of a nudge between Fitzgibbon and Hannon. Quite close through there, but they both charge on. They're running 2 by 2 as Hugo Battersby and Ollie Keneally are going to start fighting, as are Georgie Greer and Jackson Godfrey. That is Jackson Godfrey, who's just whipped past Georgie Greer down towards the back. But nothing changing up top. Fastest lap in this one belonging to Dara Fitzgibbon now, as there's 3 minutes remaining plus 1 lap in the second heat of the Bambinos, and they will be the first final coming up later on this afternoon. We'll have one more rotation of all our classes and then we will have our final. The Bambino one could be very interesting, as now Emerson Hannon, is he going to look for the inside? No, teed that one up nicely, but Dara Fitzgibbon very aware of the situation and was not going to give that up lightly. Down the main straight, is Emerson Hannon able to tuck in behind? No, a little bit too far back now once again. And now going for the inside. Oh, did make it work, but Dara Fitzgibbon's got the switchback, and Hannon is now on the outside. There is a black and white flag being shown to Emerson Hannon on the LED board. Still a very close fight between the two. Further back, Georgie Greer gets back past Jackson Godfrey. So nice move there by Georgie Greer, a first-year novice. 8th last time out in Watergrass Hill, but improving upon that and improving every lap is Georgie Greer. So good to see her driving so well. A lot of screeching coming from the Hugo Battersby Ollie Keneally fight, but they are just about as spaced out as our top two are, Dara Fitzgibbon and Emerson Hannon. If it went even in terms of split, in terms of heat split, if Hannon took one and Fitzgibbon took one, that could lead to a very interesting final. They both cannot be separated here, so make me think that it's going to be a close final. You would like to think so. Hopefully all runs smoothly, no mechanicals or anything like that. Hannon is going to go for the lunge. No, backs out of it. No, it's not an ideal corner to go for the overtake. They pile on in to the final 2 hairpins. We'll have 2 more laps in this one. There is 20 seconds on the clock, so the Bambinos will make the line within those 20 seconds, and then the +1 lap afterwards. So we will have 2 more laps to go. And now Emerson Hannon fancies going for the overtake here, and it could be a blockbuster last 2 laps as Emerson Hannon lunges down the inside. It's similar to what he tried a few laps ago, but he's got it hooked up a lot better, and now Emerson Hannon is able to get in front here. Dara Fitzgibbon will try and lunge back down the inside, but how much success will he have at it? He won't even try, he won't be close enough, and young Emerson Hannon is back in the race lead here, and he's got a bit of a margin as well. Excellent move down the inside. Hugo Battersby is fighting with Ollie Keneally, the O-Plate winner from Watergrass Hill, in the all yellow, side by side with Keneally. But your top 2 with a fantastic battle. Will we have 1 more lap at it? We'll have 1 more lap. It just depends on how close Fitzgibbon can get, whether we'll have a battle for the race win, or whether this one will register under the name of Emerson Hannon. But for the final corner now, they're on the main straight down towards turn number 1, and it is Hannon who is in the race lead. Darragh Fitzgibbon behind has a little bit of a wobble heading through the long sweeping right-hander. So the overtaking attempt was not on. It'll have to be 2 of the hairpins if it's anything for Darragh Fitzgibbon. As every single racer on the track in a battle with someone else. We have Hannon and Fitzgibbon battling, Battersby, Keneally battling, Georgie Greer and Godfrey battling, and then Hartzenberg and McMenamin are battling. All this does is improve the quality of racing, driver, and the quality of racing that the Bambinos can produce. This is an excellent learning race for them. And it has been an excellent performance by Emerson Hannon, who's coming through the final corner now to take the checkered flag, and it's going to be 2 from 2 in the Bambinos. Checkered flag waves. It's another cracking one from Emerson Hannon, and another great fight from Darragh Fitzgibbon as well. The final of the Bambinos is going to be excellent. Hugo's Battersby is fighting with Ollie Keneally for the final corner now, and Battersby it takes the obscure line. He's definitely seen that somewhere. And it will be Hugo Battersby who comes home ahead of Ollie Keneally. Georgie Greer will leave home Jackson Godfrey. And Vince McMenamin will lead home. Oh, well, will Vince? This battle not done by any stretch of the imagination. And they're still side by side for 7th and 8th, but brilliant win for Emerson Hannon. Darragh Fitzgibbon in 2nd, Hugo Battersby in 3rd, Ollie Keneally in 4th, then it is Georgie Greer, Jackson Godfrey, and rounding out the grid in 7th position is going to be Vince McMenamin and Elijah Hartzenberg. So that is your second heat of the Bambinos. We have our second heat of T4 Mini coming up. It was Harley Brereton Brilliance earlier on this morning, so let's see what he can do now. Time for T4 Mini now. Our second Heat 2 of the day. It was an interesting one, this. It was Harley Brereton Brilliance earlier on, but he did receive a tramline penalty, so didn't actually get the win. But there was quite a few that did get a tramline penalty. It wasn't communicated to us at the time, but Varant Kumar actually ended up in second and all that. So Kumar got second and Burton dropped to third. There was penalties for 202, which is Harley Burton. There was a penalty for 216, which is... Or, sorry, that was a grid penalty that was applied initially. So there was then one for 211, which was Stephen Doyle. But nonetheless, it is Harley Burton on the front row again. Alongside Ben Daly, then it's Doyle and Billy Green. So expect another fight here as they head down towards turn number 1. And it is Ben Daly once again who leads around the outside, just as he did in this morning's contest. Harley Burton now has to chase and pass. Billy Green in third. Stephen Doyle has dropped to fifth. James Stafford Jr. is now up to fourth position. And it's Varant Kumar behind Stephen Doyle then in the red race suit. As they round through the carousel section into the long left-hander before a couple of hairpins and a couple of chicanes. Ben Daly of Daly Motorsports leads in the T4 Mini category, transferring from Rotax to Mini for this Rotax to T4 Mini for this all T4 weekend of racing. Harley Burton right behind Ben Daly though, and is looking to take the race lead. Once he gets in front, raw pace is by far and away the best in the field, and you can see him charging down the main straight in his 4B racing machine. Just needs to keep avoiding the penalties, does Harley Burton. Can Billy Green make this interesting though? An excellent racer is Billy Green. You can tell by the O plate he's running. That means he is the Irish Open plate champion, and he won that last time out in Watergrass Hill in the T4 Mini category, as well as winning the championship points paying fine. In through the hairpin. Still Ben Daly out in front. This is a carbon copy of this morning's heat, where Harley Burton had to put all the pressure on the Cork man in front of him to try and make the move stick. And heading into the first corner, Harley Burton goes full commitment now and has it on the inside line, but Billy Green is able to follow him through. And Ben Daly's going to lose 2 in the 1 here, or is he? No, just about holds on. But this grid of T4 Minis, no, you cannot let Harley Burton run away with this one up the front, or you will not win this race. Ben Daly's got to try and pounce back very quickly here if he wants to keep with Burton. Billy Green, if he fancies a race win chance, has got to keep up with Harley. Current running order is Harley Burton, Ben Daly, Billy Green, then it's James Stafford Jr. ahead of Stephen Doyle. Varant Kumar has fallen off this pack a little bit, but his pace was late in the race in heat number 1, so could still well come into this. Now here comes Billy Green on the inside of Ben Daly. Doesn't fully go for it. Backs out. Now sits behind Daly, and you can just see the visual gap already between Harley Burton and the rest of this T4 Mini field. Fastest lap of the race and the last lap for Harley Burton, as you can imagine. With that monster gap up the front. Second in this championship last season, Harley Burton. Just the 1 win, 4 podiums. As Stephen Doyle finds a way past James Stafford Jr. Or does he know? Stephen Doyle has dropped down the order. And now here's Stephen Doyle just crossing the start-finish line now. So Stephen Doyle way off it, unfortunately. Something happening on the last lap for him. Big battle ongoing for third. This is between Stafford and Daly, and James Stafford Jr. goes down the inside. It all depends through here on who's got the exit. It looks like it might have been Ben Daly, but James Stafford Jr. is able to bully his way through and just get in front now. Ben Daly is trying down the inside once again in towards the first corner, and he is going to go for it, and Ben Daly holds on to it well. Could have very easily been a spin over the curb. He's held onto it nicely, but unfortunately that is a momentum killer for Daly in the 219, and now he finds himself well behind James Stafford Jr. and our podium are all very spaced out here in T4 Mini. Kumar is under pressure from Jack Craig. This is for 5th position. Jack Craig leading the novice runners in this one, still on his novice plates. Raced 2 rounds of the championship last season, did Jack Craig. This is his 4th one, and who's going slowly? We have someone pulled off here. Or certainly letting cars through. It could be Milo Crowley by the looks of things. Yeah, seems to be Milo Crowley who that was. We saw that earlier on this morning, Milo Crowley. In terms of sportsmanship, a leader amongst them all as Varant Kumar now has gone past Ben Daly, and Jack Craig is trying to work a move around the outside of Ben Daly as well. I couldn't quite get past. And now Jack Craig trying the long way around the outside. That is a splendid move from Jack Craig. You don't often see a move into that corner, let alone around the outside. And Jack Craig, that is a cracker from the Kilderman. Jack can now continue on his fight with Varant Kumar. Ben Daly down to 6th. It is again Daly who took pole position, or was on the front row this morning, has taken the lead into the first corner in both races, and then just fallen down the grid. There's now Cullen McMahon, or is that Stephen Doyle actually? No, it is Cullen McMahon getting past. And Daly's lost another spot as well, has he? Yeah. Oh no, well, gets it back. Gets it back fairly quickly on Ronan Sutcliffe. And Stephen Doyle is trying to get past Ronan Sutcliffe as well here in this mini race. There is 3 minutes to go in it. Varant Kumar and Jack Craig. That is Craig now ahead of Kumar. So Jack Craig up to 4th now in this one. Was 8th last time out in Watergrass Hill. Would be a brilliant result if Jack could get 4th later on. Maybe even sneak the podium. You'll have a good starting position anyways. Your starting position for the final determined by your 2 heat finishes. Ben Daly getting back past Ronan Sutcliffe in the fight for what is now 7th position. 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Harley Burton leads by 4 seconds. Harley a class above the rest. Was a class above the rest in Watergrass Hill, but then made a mistake in the final, which allowed Billy Green to take the win. Harley, though, some fight back from that error, and was maybe 2 laps away from overtaking Billy Green again and re-winning the race that he should have won. Still took 2nd place in that, so Harley Burton will be looking for a first win of the year in T4 Mini. We've someone stuck on the curb. In a fairly precarious position. Local yellows are out. Here's your leader, Harley Burton. 1 or 2 to go. Just about made it to the line for us. 2 to go. Likes wakeboarding. It's Harley Burton, as do most of the Burton household. It is a day for wakeboarding, not wearing a fireproof race suit, but nonetheless, Harley Burton being very successful at that as well. Varant Kumar has taken a tip round through the third final corner. Got back going though with no issues. Ben Daly still fighting with Stephen Doyle. Or with Colin McMahon, apologies, not Stephen Doyle. So Daly still fighting with McMahon for 6th. Stephen Doyle just that little bit behind. But it's been Brereton brilliance once again in Kiltorcan. No penalties dished out this time, according to our timing. So it will be the win for Harley Burton, who sees the checkered flag. And Billy Green has lost out on second on the very last lap to James Stafford Jr. So James Stafford comes home in second, Green in third, Jack Craig in fourth, ahead of Colin McMahon. Then it is Ben Daly, Sutcliffe, Kumar, Stephen Doyle, Oisin O'Sullivan, and Blake McRedmond, Josh Higgins and Milo Crowley, who will come home afterwards. Brilliant win for Harley Burton, can't fault that. Got the move done when he had to and led from the front. It is T4 Junior coming up next. Our T4 juniors out on track now. And it was another interesting race this morning in T4 Junior. The win was eventually handed to Dermot Claridge Jr. Pierre Carnet took it on the road, but he did overtake on the yellows, and we thought at the time that might have been an issue. And it was. So Claridge took the win ahead of Carnet and O'Keefe. They did finish in the positions they probably should have finished in, so an effective use of the rules by the stewards. But your Heat 2 grid nonetheless, and there is 31 cars on this grid. It is Claridge, Carnet, O'Keefe, English, Battersby, Bruton, Lismore, Fingleton, Giel, Keneally, Mitchell, McMahon, Cooling, King, O'Connor, Garcia, Crowley, Kelly, Collins, O'Callaghan, McIntyre, Bolta, Skriomski, Strang, Daly, Kedzarek, Murphy, Stafford, McMahon, Black, and McNamara. You two round out the order. Quite a few non-finishes in this morning, actually. But nonetheless, it is Dermot Claridge Jr., Pierre Carnet, Ben O'Keefe, Fionn English. Your front two rows. We've been waved off, as we do have one behind. I think that happened this morning as well, where the grid was read out real quickly and then we were waved off. So we actually had more time than... I say we, me. I actually had more time than I thought, but nonetheless, it's Dermot Claridge Jr. on pole position from Quinn, County Clare. 19th last time out in what was a hectic T4 Junior final in mixed conditions in Watergrass Hill. Dermot Claridge is the reigning 2025 T4 Mini champion with 4 wins and 1 second place. Raced in the T4 Nations Cup as well in Valencia towards the end of last year. It is like Valencia here in Kiltorcan. So it will be 11 minutes plus 1 lap for this one. Keep an eye on O'Keefe and English on the second row. Very racy. Then O'Keefe from Carrick-on-Shore, racing for Ormonde Henry Racing. He's only back from the T4 Euro Cup. As down they go towards the tram lines and in towards turn number 1. It's a fantastic start for Ben O'Keefe off that second row, but your race leader remains as Dermot Claridge Jr. Pierre Carnet looking to fight with O'Keefe, and if Ben O'Keefe could get it to second, who knows what he could do, but it is still a Frenchman who is in second position. Fionn English in third. There was a little bit of a swap round between Battersby and Bruton, and it is Wesley Bruton who is up to 5th position now. Zach Battersby down behind him, but not getting the best getaway, the older of the two Battersby brothers. Pierre Carnet keeping with Dermot Claridge, knows Claridge is a good defender and defended for the majority of the earlier heat before that moment with the lap traffic, which cost Claridge the win on the road, but he got it back on the timing screen, of course. Now here they come down towards turn number 1. Can Pierre Carnet lunge one down the inside? No, he can't, and he will remain behind. Bruton looking for the move on Fionn English, but again, couldn't make it stick. Couple movers and shakers in that one. Ali Garcia up 4 positions, now running in 12th. Jake Collins up 3 as well, he's now running 16th. Finlay Crowley down a spot. Callum McIntyre up 2, down towards the back of the order. Wesley Bruton, of course, getting past Zach Battersby, as we said. Little mistake there for Claridge. And Pierre Carnet may look for the overtake. Ben O'Keefe still with this top three. Pierre, one of the most unformed racers in Ireland at the minute. Won around the Rotax here in Kiltorcan. Has won the T4 Euro Cup a couple of weekends ago. The T4 Junior class, of course. Ben O'Keefe also racing in that T4 Euro Cup. We have one kart being pulled off in the middle of the circuit. All our heats here in the afternoon running a very similar course to what their morning compatriot ran, and this heat is almost identical. As big move down the inside by Wesley Brereton on Ben O'Keefe, and Wesley Brereton is side by side with O'Keefe now for the final corner, but Ben O'Keefe just has more around the outside, and the Carrick-Consure native is able to remain in front and in third position. Waves of encouragement for the racers off the pit wall. Jack Fingleton getting past Fionn English. And Fionn English, I think, has just lost another plate. No, he hasn't. It's a little bit further back where there's a swap. And that is Zach Battersby fighting with Keneally and Giel. Adrian Giel racing for PBR. Narrowly losing a spot there. Carnet not quite able to get past in the final corner. And Claridge is doing an excellent job once again. Now here they are side by side. This is Carnet's best opportunity, and Pierre Carnet still not able to find a way past Ben O'Keefe. Under pressure from Brereton as well into the left-hander. Everywhere you think Carnet is going to be able to get past, he just can't. Went for the outside, the little swap on the inside for the hairpins, and now Claridge has to go defensive. This is going to compromise his exit, and it's going to compromise it somewhat awfully, because Pierre Carnet is finally in front here in T4 Junior, side by side into the first corner. Ben O'Keefe would like to follow Carnet through. He's not going to be able to. Dermot Claridge holds it round the outside. How do you know when a man doesn't want to lose a race because he pulls off worldies like that? That is a brilliant move by Dermot Claridge to remain in the lead of the T4 Junior second heat, and he is on course for a second win if he keeps racing like this. Marvellous stuff between the front runners in the junior category of Tillotson racing in Ireland. The top racers in the country, and you can tell. Now still side by side once again. Carnet cannot find a way past. This is the widest Tillotson we've ever seen. Ben O'Keefe has got the launch down the straight, but has to tuck back in. Carnet had the benefit of running in the toe of Dermot Claridge, and Claridge sucked them down the straight to stay in front of Ben O'Keefe. And Wesley Brereton's looking to get involved now. They're all fighting for the race win. Jack Fingleton is in this fight as well, the PBR racer. It was a great race last time out for Jack Fingleton. Came fourth in Watergrass Hill. And Brereton still cannot find a way past. You cannot overtake here today, and Brereton is trying to break that trend, but Ben O'Keefe is going defensive. This is going to cost them time, and the top two are side by side once again. This is a marvellous fight in Kiltorcan, in County Kilkenny, a sunny day, and it is beautiful racing. But still no one is able to get past. They cannot make an overtake. The defensive driver has the advantage here in Kiltorcan, and the advantage lies with Dermot Claridge. It lies with Ben O'Keefe, who are doing all the defending and running the close tight lines, blocking the inside. Outside only really works through turn number 1, and that's off the race start. Everywhere else has got to be the inside line. And once again, Bruton and O'Keefe. It's Fingleton and O'Keefe actually now. Bruton has fallen down, so Jack Fingleton fancies to go. Third in the T4 Mini Championship last year was Jack Fingleton, and now he's behind Bruton once again. Those two are finding ways to swap and change. Everyone else very much struggling. This is beautiful Tillotson T4 Junior racing, and exactly what we expect from a fantastic class. 31 drivers. Unfortunately, we have lost one, so we are 30 running around Kilkenny's finest raceway. The Tillotson Snake makes its way through the final corner. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remains in T4 Junior. It gathers the largest crowd on the pit wall each day, and these drivers are here to entertain. Still no way past for Pierre Carnet. The Frenchman has thrown everything at Claridge. Claridge has held on. And if one manages to make a move, you can see this battle boiling over very quickly, and who knows who could take the Heat 2 win there. Massive implications on your race or your final starting position. If you're Pierre Carnet, you want the outside line through the first corner, or do you want the inside line? Certainly seems like starting on the pole in Junior is better, because Claridge has held the lead both times. All other classes, you might want the outside. And now finally Pierre Carnet. Finally Pierre Carnet! All of his patience has paid off, or has it? Claridge back down the inside. Has he sold him a dream? Oh, he absolutely has. Pierre Carnet, a whole world of beauty opened up for him, and Dermot Claridge firmly shut that door. Ben O'Keefe now trying down the inside. There's all sorts of fist pumps waving off the pit wall. The unformed driver in this class in Europe cannot find a way past Dermot Claridge, who is putting up a monster defensive performance. And now Carnet on the outside once again, looking to find a way through. Ben O'Keefe, is he going to lunge one down the inside now that he has the advantage? No, not quite. This is unbelievable. This is the stuff Jarno truly dreamed of when he went to sleep each evening. And now Dermot Claridge still remains in front. Ben O'Keefe down the inside of Carnet now, and Carnet trying round the outside. That invites Ben O'Keefe through, and Ben O'Keefe, remains in second position. Carney's fallen to third. Now can Ben O'Keefe do what the number 314 couldn't and take the race lead off Dermot Claridge? It would be heartbreak for the T4 Mini champion if he lost the race win in a manner such as this. He lost it heartbreakingly earlier, but got it back on the timing screen. But O'Keefe's run wide. Oh, he's fallen down to fourth, and that invites Carney and Brereton through. And now Pierre Carney has been gifted an opportunity from the racing gods for one last moment of retribution to try and take the race lead off Dermot Claridge. He's got the inside line, but Claridge is running it defensive. Carney's got to be brave. He's got to chuck it round the outside, and he has done. He has done on the inside line. Oh, he's got it. I can't believe it. What a move by Pierre Carney. This is a T4 junior race of all time, and dare I say one of the best ever. They're 5 wide across the line. Pierre Carney wins from Jack Fingleton. Where did he come from? Ben O'Keefe in third, Dermot Claridge Jr. in fourth, Jack Keneally in fifth, Adrian Giel in sixth. Claridge in fourth. He doesn't deserve that. No way does he deserve to finish fourth. Then it's Mitchell, Battersby, Lismore, Garcia, English, O'Connor, King, Kelly, McNamara, Brereton, O'Callaghan, Kedzarek, McIntyre, and Sean Bolter to round it off. If there was no more races today, we could all go home very satisfied with the spectacle we've just witnessed. And that wasn't even the final. It's not even the big one. T4 Seniors up next, folks. Next up, T4 Senior. For their second heat, we have 2 more heat races, T4 Senior and Senior 168. And then we have our finals here in Kiltorcan. On pole for this is Jake Brunel, Luke Palmer alongside, and Robert Butler, Ollie Clark, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Cahan McClellan, Peter Brett, Joe Bechtold, Tyler Brereton, Adam Butler, Max O'Neill, Brian Wilson, Luke Kavanagh, Dermot Toomey, Samuel Harris, Niall Leahy, Ava McMahon, Michael Gallagher, Adam Perry, Timon Ketzerek, Kayla O'Sullivan, Richard Gorescu, Jake Murray, Josh Phelan, Ben Deasy, Mirar Mahanoff. Then it is Daniel Grigger, Toby Maguire, Cleena O'Sullivan, Isabel McDermott, Hassan Khan, and Ben McNulty. That's your running order. Mackenzie Smith took the win earlier on this morning. Down towards the tram lines they go, and Jake Brunel leads in towards the first corner. Looked like he might have had a wheel on the tram line rather than within, but should get away with it. Luke Palmer is following him behind, or is he? No, he isn't. It's Robert Butler who follows behind, as well as Jack Mackenzie Smith. So Smith and Butler getting as good a start as they did earlier on. Palmer, unfortunately, getting as bad a start as he did earlier on. It was a terrible run off the line for Luke Palmer, and unfortunately that has continued. The Dromore County Down native will be looking to pick up the form heading through this heat race. 11 minutes plus 1 as per standard here for Tillotson T4 at Kiltorcan. And Luke Palmer is back up to 4th place and will now set his eyes on chasing the front 2. 3. Robert Butler sneaks his way through and is in the race lead once again. Jack Mackenzie Smith will be looking to rejuvenate the fight with the local lad here, as Jack Mackenzie Smith will try and follow. It is Butler, Brunel, Smith, Palmer, Clark, McClellan, Brett, Bechtold, Wilson, Kavanagh. Brian Wilson has had an identical start to Heat 1 as well. He's up 3 places to 9th, and Jake Brunel outbreaks himself a little bit in through the hairpin, but didn't nudge the bumper of Robert Butler in front. Robert Butler, who took the classification win in Watergrass Hill, performing excellently here in Kiltorcan. Was 8th in the championship last year, was Robert Butler. Started out as a PlayStation racer like most of us. He's got into karting and he is performing for Ormonde Henry Racing. Bad lap for Peter Brett, unfortunately. Lost 3 places. He's down to 10th. And the Apex Twin Racing driver is now fighting with Luke Kavanagh. That is in the fight for 9th. But still Robert Butler at the front now. Jack Mackenzie Smith in 2nd. Now side by side, Jack Mackenzie Smith sneaks his way through, and he's ahead of Robert Butler. Confident is Jack that he can perform here today. Was speaking to him over the lunch break. He said he knows Robert is a good driver with a good kart under him, and he feels he can perform. 2 excellent racers at the front here in T4 Senior. Jack Mackenzie Smith and Robert Butler. Luke Palmer in 3rd now, ahead of Jake Brunel. So Brunel has fallen to 4th. Cahan McClelland somewhere within this fight as well. Now Robert Butler back ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith. And there's a swap and a change at the front once again, heading on to the next lap of proceedings. Still 7.5 minutes remaining in this one, so this race win is not decided by any stretch of the imagination. We saw how chaotic T4 Junior was. As further behind, Jake Brunel fighting with Cahan McClelland. Brian Wilson up to 7th now. He's fighting with Joe Bechtold, who he was fighting with earlier on. Joe Bechtold, our only Dutch representation in Irish karting, was 7th in the championship, last season. Got one podium in Athboy. It was a non-start due to a gate issue in Watergrass Hill in the final. But Joe Bechtold, racing across the world, raced in the T4 Asia Cup in the Philippines and T4 Italy. Melito Robles, his mechanic, knows how to set up a kart, as unfortunately we have someone stopped just after turn number 1. So one driver is out of this one. And that looks... Is that Smith? I don't see Jack Mackenzie Smith out there. And it's all a bit of a melee, and Brian Wilson has gone around the outside of McClelland. And that is Brian Wilson gaining another position. And Jack Mackenzie Smith is gone plummeting down the order, so that is him stopped. That is awful. It is fantastic news if your name is Robert Butler, because the driver who is matching you all throughout the day will be, well, they won't be classified, but they will be considered 29th in this heat. And the day that was going so well for Tim Murray Racing, unfortunately, has taken a bit of a turn. So your running order now is Robert Butler, Luke Palmer, Joe Bechtold, Brian Wilson, Jake Brunel, Cahan McClellan, Peter Brett, Luke Kavanagh, Max O'Neill and Tyler Brereton. Your top 10, with Ollie Clark just behind Brereton fighting for that final top 10 position. 4 minutes 20 seconds plus 1 lap to go in the second of the two T4 senior heats. We have senior 168 coming up after, and then all of our finals here from Kiltorcan. And I tell you what, an excellent billing. It's like one of those boxing fight cards where every fighter could well be a classic. Luke Palmer here is determined to not let Robert Butler take this one the easy way. And the third in championship runner from last season is keeping Butler honest. A UKC champion as well, Luke Palmer, raced in the Nations Cup. 6'4", one of the taller drivers in the field. Not as tall as Owen Dunn, if you know, you know. Joe Bechtold holding on to third. Bechtold hunted down by Brian Wilson. Another champion, Brian Wilson. A T4 regional champion in 2023. Another Nations Cup representee. Luke Palmer now. Luke Palmer has gone down the inside of Robert Butler, but he wasn't able to pull it off. And Robert Butler is determined to keep his race lead here in this one. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. He's going to have to channel his inner Dermot Claridge here if he wants to try and remain in front. Max O'Neill unfortunately losing 2 positions on that last lap. He's down to 10th. He's behind Ollie Clark now, is Max O'Neill. The Stapleton Motorsport driver. And oh, Palmer and Butler have made contact, and Butler has slightly lifted in the air and spun round. Or sorry, Palmer has, but Robert Butler is off and out of this one. So Robert Butler and Jack Mackenzie Smith, the pace setters, gone from this one. And T4 Senior has taken a big twist in Kiltorcan Raceway. And Robert Butler, head in his hands, absolutely. There may be steward's inquiry in relation to that one, but Joe Bechtold and Brian Wilson are now first and second, with Jake Brunel in third. Could have been a lot worse of an incident for Palmer and Butler. Obviously very frustrating for the drivers involved, but most importantly they're, well, both okay. Palmer continuing on and Butler hopping out of the kart straight away. No contact between either of them in terms of physical body contact. And Brian Wilson now lunges it down the inside. I'll have a bit of that, says Brian. He fancies a win now here today. Absolutely fancies a win, because the top 2 on the grid are both gone, and Luke Palmer will be fairly down the order as well. Jake Brunel may well be your pole sitter come the final, but the fabulous folk at timing.ie will be the ones to calculate all that. So one more lap after this one, and Joe Bechtold will lead it most likely. Has a fabulous YouTube series about his racing endeavours, does Joe Bechtold. It's well worth a watch if you have nothing to watch in the evenings. Very well produced, very highly produced. Maybe not as highly produced as us fabulous folk here at Vantage Point HQ, but there goes Brian Wilson down the inside. And now, speaking of producing, Joe Bechtold's got to produce an overtake, because he's in second position, but he's on the inside, and Wilson is pushing him all the way to the right-hand side of the main straight, and he's going to make Joe Bechtold work for this one. But Bechtold has produced that overtake, and he's back in front, and now Brian Wilson is going to look to try and make the move. Jake Brunel involved in this one as well, as is Cahan McClellan, but it is the Dutchman still in front. And Wilson has fallen to third, so it is Jake Brunel, the pole sitter, it was looking for the race win. Bechtold in the all gold. And now Bechtold loses the lead to Jake Brunel. But is there going to be a lunge? Surely someone goes for it. No, they don't. And it's looking like it's going to be the pole sitter, after all the drama in Heat 2, who will take the win. But we are really on for a tasty affair in the final, and it will be Jake Brunel who comes across the line to take the win. Joe Bechtold in second. Brian Wilson comes home in third. Peter Brett was 10th at one point in that race, comes home fourth. McClelland, Palmer, Clark, Bruton, Perry, Kavanagh, your top 10. Toomey, O'Neill, Alan Butler, Kedzarek, Leahy, Harris, Barescu, Phelan, Ava McMahon and Kayla O'Sullivan. But the big drama is your 2 quickest drivers today in T4 Senior, Jack Mackenzie Smith and Robert Butler, will both start in the middle of the field or towards the back. Popcorn? Yes, methinks. T4 Senior 168 coming up. Just a brief hiatus in the action for a bit of kart recovery, but we're all good and we're ready to go now for our final heat race of the day. There's our senior 168s, and then we'll have our finals coming up afterwards. Eddie Roach on pole for this. Bit of a tricky race for Eddie Roach this morning. Felt slightly aggrieved with a couple of bumps and bangs he received while out on track, but they'll be looking to make amends from pole position. Mark Ormonde alongside Anthony Holland in third. Peter McBride, then Ryan Herson, Niall Herson, Scott Garvey, Colin Munnelly, then Kyle Burton, Mickey Brennan, Stephen Brett, Brendan Bleaks, Tom Croke, Tommy Brett, Philip Godfrey, Chris Coleman, and Kevin McRedmond to round out the order. Mickey Brennan had a bit of trouble this morning as well. It was a throttle cable, so all fixed, ready to go. This should be a good one as they're coming down towards the start-finish line. It is Eddie Roach on the inside, alongside him Mark Ormonde. Anthony Holland in third is going to push Roach all the way through the first corner as they're three abreast, and there is a couple of slaps, and there's 1, 2, 4, 5 spin round, bit of contact made. 2 kept going, 3 were very heavily aggrieved, but they were 3 wide on the exit of a corner that you can't really go 3 wide through. But the 168s carry on with Eddie Roach in the race lead, and Anthony Holland, your race winner from earlier on, in second. Mark Ormonde still in third. This is a bit of damage for some of the karts involved in that contact, but Eddie Roach still leads in towards the first corner. Anthony Holland in second. Then it is Ryan Herson, Scott Garvey, Mark Ormonde, Peter McBride, Kyle Brereton, Colin Munnelly, Niall Herson, Tom Croke, Chris Coleman, Brendan Bleaks, Tommy Brett, and then it was Mickey Brennan, Philip Godfrey, Stephen Brett, and Kevin McRedmond involved in that contact. And Brennan's horrid luck today continues. And now Anthony Holland trying it down the inside of Eddie Roach, but Eddie Roach is wiser than that. And you'll have to get up earlier in the morning to catch out a man as experienced as Eddie Roach. With a move like that one. And Anthony Holland knows that. He's going to get creative for a second overtaking attempt. There is a battle behind Herson and Garvey. And Scott Garvey is looking to get past Ryan Herson and go on to try and overtake the drivers in front of him. Anthony Holland still trying to get past Eddie Roach. Eddie Roach looking to remain near the front of this one. Was 5th in the championship last year, Roach. He was 4th in Watergrass Hill last time out. No shuffle in the order for now. Stephen Brett and Kevin McRedmond no longer on the circuit. And now here comes Anthony Holland for the race lead, trying it down the inside. Has he made it stick? No, he hasn't. So still Eddie Roach in front now. Eddie Roach would have a big favour to ask of Ryan Herson behind. If Ryan Herson could get past Anthony Holland, this would totally change the complexion. That's the commentator's curse, because Ryan Herson spins round. There's a couple of waved hands. So now it is a 2-horse race at the front. Eddie Roach, Anthony Holland. Anthony Holland down the inside of Eddie Roach, and Roach is going to try and hang this around the outside. Yep, he does, gets the momentum. This is good driving from Eddie Roach, making it very difficult for Anthony Holland to try and get past him. And Anthony Holland, though, does have his right-hand man, Peter McBride, right behind him. Peter McBride, though, I'm not sure he'll be wanting to play the team game. There is yellow flags in the section of circuit we are through now, so no overtaking until the next green flag, which is now, so you're more than free to race once you reach that point. One podium last season for Peter McBride came here in Kiltorcan Raceway in round 3 of the championship. We're on event 3, not quite round 3, so it'll be close enough. And now, there goes McBride down the inside. That is a splendid move from Peter McBride. And now these two, the two Kiltorcan racers, are going to be fighting, and Anthony Holland holding his hand up, not too sure what's happened, and Colin Munnelly, the defending champion, has snuck his way through. Now here comes Peter McBride. It's his turn to attack and try and get past Eddie Roach. Colin Munnelly now up to 3rd position. Podiumed at the Nations Cup for Ireland. Won the championship here on home turf. In senior 168. Now Roach has run a little bit wide, and that invites Peter McBride through, and Peter McBride now leads in Kiltorcan, and Eddie Roach has got to try and fight back, but does he have the pace to fight back? That is the question. Not too sure he does. Anthony Holland, is that Holland back ahead of Munnelly? I think it is. It's a swapping and changing race for 168. Usually doesn't follow this trend, but we've had some good racing here today. Peter McBride is well out in front now. Battle may recommence between Eddie Roach and Anthony Holland. Holland putting the pressure on Roach now. Where will he tee up the move? Will it be into the hairpin? Looks like he's going to go for it. Down the inside goes Anthony Holland, and Eddie Roach. Slick switch back from Eddie Roach. That's as lush as they get. And I won't be the only one giggling at that one. I know for a fact Eddie Roach will be as well. Although this is a grueling race for these racers. It is so warm on that track. 21 degrees air temperature. Track temperature 38. Wearing full fireproof leathers is not ideal in weather like this. Anthony Holland going for it once again, but he has Colin Munnelly, the 3rd best 168 driver in the world, right behind him. And now Anthony Holland is able to sneak through on Eddie Roach, but will Roach... No, Roach has lost to Munnelly as well. So Eddie Roach falls down to 4th. It's another case of Roach losing multiple places in the one go. Ryan Herson gets past Niall. A swap of the Hersons, 5:03 getting ahead of 5:02. So Peter McBride is gone with the wind at the front. There's some battle behind between Anthony Holland and Colin Munnelly. And Munnelly right on the tail of Anthony Holland. It's about as close as you can get without contact here at Kiltorcan. Under 2 minutes left in this one. Bar a mistake or a mechanical, it's Peter McBride's race to win. Philip Godfrey able to get past Tommy Brett. That's for 11th position. Philip Godfrey didn't do the full season last season. Spent some time in Australia, did Philip Godfrey. But back on the 168 racing scene in Ireland now. Peter McBride might force an extra lap here that these drivers maybe didn't expect. Colin Munnelly still cannot find a way past Anthony Holland. But Holland will take pole position for the final. The 168's crossed the line with 4 seconds to go, meaning this is the second final lap rather than the final lap. Holland's starting to have a little bit of breathing room now. Or, well, just as I say that, Colin Munnelly has a... There you go. Accidentally said it again, folks. That will be the... There's a giggle for Colin. Colin Munnelly has popped back up and had a great run for the chicane. So last lap board out now for Peter McBride. Bit of a mistake for Anthony Holland, ran a little bit wide, but Colin Munnelly not able to capitalise on it into the left-hander. And no, just can't quite get past. Was right in the bumper of Holland. Is there a late lunge from the champion? No, there isn't. He will remain behind, but it is Peter McBride's race win. And an excellent job by McBride to take that one. Second place will go to Anthony Holland, and then will be Colin Munnelly in third. Eddie Roach will lose fourth. It's Niall Hurson and Kyle Burton fourth and fifth, and then Eddie Roach in sixth. Great recovery from Mickey Brennan after the opening lap shenanigans. Ryan Hurson then in eighth ahead of Tom Croke, Mark Ormonde, Philip Godfrey, Tommy Brett and Chris Coleman. Unfortunately, we lost Scott Garvey and we lost Brendan Bleaks. That is your heats, folks. Finals coming up shortly. Now it's the moment everyone has been waiting for. Finals time here. The one that matters most. We start with T4 Bambino, as always, and on pole position is Emerson Hannon. Dara Fitzgibbon in second position. And it is Hugo Battersby, Ollie Keneally, Georgie Greer, Jackson Godfrey, Vince McMenamin, and Elijah Hartzenberg. It'll be 9 minutes plus a lap for this one. So the grid pulling into their final places now. It'll be Emerson Hannon on the inside, Dara Fitzgibbon on the outside. The start lights are on. And now we're away for the T4 Bambino final. It is a decent getaway from Hannon once again, and he will lead into the first corner. Great start, Georgie Greer. Georgie Greer is up to second position. We have a tangle at the first corner, and there's a couple got off before turn one. But Georgie Greer, what a launch from the 1-1-1. And Greer is now up to second position, and work for Dara Fitzgibbon to do. Hugo Battersby is down to fourth place, or fifth place, I should say. But that is a perfect getaway for Emerson Hannon. It's been Fitzgibbon who's been fighting with Hannon all day. They've been nip and tuck. But Hannon is now all on his own. Now still Georgie Greer in second position. Eighth last time out for Georgie. First lap to be completed. And it is a wonderful gap for Emerson Hannon. Georgie Greer, Dara Fitzgibbon then in third. Ahead of Hugo Battersby, Ollie Keneally, then it's Vince McMenamin. And the two who had a tangle on the first lap were Jackson Godfrey and Elijah Hartzenberg. So, first task for Dara Fitzgibbon is get past Georgie Greer. That was a fairly handy one for Dara. It was just an error for Georgie Greer, and Dara was able to sneak on through. The most spaced out the Bambinos have been today. And it is Emerson Hannon who leads. We'll see what the gap is at the line at 1.7 last time round. It's another fastest lap for Emerson. And the gap is now 2.8. Emerson Hannon is rocking and rolling here in the Bambino final. Has to survive another 6.5 minutes plus one lap of it though. Cannot get complacent. Well, if 5 and 6-year-old go-kart, there's no complacency is, but nonetheless. Hugo Battersby currently running in 4th, ahead of Ollie Keneally. And Ollie putting Battersby under pressure. Hugo, the O-Plate winner in Watergrass Hill last time out. Gap came down slightly between Hannon and Fitzgibbon. Only by a tenth though. It's now 2.7 seconds between the two. If Emerson can just manage that, then he'll be golden. There's a certain level of expectation put on you when you're called Emerson in the world of motorsport, but Emerson Hannon seems to handle that so well, even at such a young age. An excellent performer. Did race in the Nations Cup in Valencia, but was a difficult week with a fractured wrist. Returned to racing at the KT Cup here in Kiltorcan and lost by a tenth of a second at the line. The one win last year in White River Park, apologies, en route to 5th in the championship. It's safe to say that if Emerson can hold on here, it is very much a deserved win, solely on perseverance. The perseverance of the young racer. And Emerson is not just hanging on here. Set the fastest lap on the last lap. 2.9 second lead now for Emerson Hannon. They were so evenly matched earlier on, I would be surprised if the gap came down. Georgie Greer still holding on to 3rd place. Could be a decent fight between Georgie and Hugo. Georgie and Hugo both on the black plates. Hugo rather humorously has to run the O plate on his black plates. He is still classified as a novice racer. Gap has stabilised at the front, still 2.9. Hasn't increased or decreased. 3 minutes plus a lap to go here in this one. Response from Fitzgibbon. Fastest lap of the race. But is it too late? It could well be. It's still 2.8 seconds. The gap between the top two. And Emerson Hannon certainly just needs to not let this pressure get to him. But again, do Bambino racers really understand pressure? Who knows? You wouldn't expect the racing that they produce. And Bambino's such a fantastic class to have on display. The future of karting and the future of motorsport. Right in front of our very own eyes. Georgie Greer, though, has lost 3rd place. And that is Ollie Keneally. Is up to 2nd. Up to 3rd, sorry. Then it's Greer. Then it is Battersby. As Emerson Hannon and Darragh Fitzgibbon are so evenly matched that on the last lap, Emerson did a 106.378 and Dara did a 106.388. 1/100th of a second between them around a full lap of Kiltorcan, which is not a small racetrack. Still a big fight on for third, and Georgie Greer's back in front, and Ollie Keneally though dives down the inside. Yes, Keneally ahead. Good move for Ollie. Now it is Battersby who looks to follow through and does so. Hugo Battersby is up and into 4th place. The next hurdle for Emerson Hannon is lap traffic, but has dispatched Elijah Hartensberg easily enough. And Emerson had a much better lap than Dara Fitzgibbon on the last lap. There'll be one more to go after this. Here is Battersby and Keneally, and Battersby still ahead of Keneally, but Keneally, thought Ollie was going to try it down the inside. That wouldn't have worked too nicely, as look at Hugo driving the defensive line. A very smart racer for his age is Hugo, but Ollie just wins that one out, and Ollie Keneally is up and ahead of Hugo Battersby in 3rd position now. Lovely move, but I imagine not the last one, as we take a look at the last lap board being shown to Emerson Hannon. Oh, Georgie Greer tried a big move down the inside at the first corner, but didn't work out. What a performance this has been for Emerson, who is coming through the final few corners now. And Emerson Hannon leading by over 4 seconds. An excellent performance as he heads through the final hairpin. There was no hassle for Hannon in Kiltorcan. It is a clean sweep for Emerson. Heat 1, Heat 2 and the final in dominant fashion. Dara Fitzgibbon comes home in 2nd, and hats off to Dara as well, because they were so evenly matched. Dara just got caught up at the start. Hugo Battersby will come home in 3rd. And delighted with that podium is Hugo. Ollie Keneally comes home in 4th. Georgie Greer in 5th. Great race for Georgie as well. Jackson Godfrey and Vince McMenamin we are waiting for in 6th and 7th. And Elijah Hartensberg will come home in 8th position. But what a great day for Bambino Racing. A group of excellent drivers on our hands for the remainder of the year in T4 Bambino. It's T4 Mini coming up. And now they head through. The right-hander in through the left. Billy Green still putting the pressure on Harley Brereton in front. And now no lunge down the inside by Green. But wasn't able. But didn't fall away, I should say. Still with Harley Brereton. So Brereton leads on the opening lap. Then it is Billy Green, James Stafford Jr., followed by Varant Kumar, Stephen Doyle, Daly, McMahon, Sutcliffe. Unfortunately, Jack Craig has had a disappointing opening lap and finds himself in 10th, down 5 positions from a good starting position. Harley Brereton is not being let run away with this by Billy Green. The SR36 racer is keeping with Harley. And they are nip and tuck down towards the first corner. Stephen Doyle ahead of Varant Kumar. The fight continuing behind as Doyle just stretching the legs in the front. And there's a big move down the inside by Ben Daly. That is the mother of all lunges down the inside. Ben Daly did something very similar to win in Micromax here, or Minimax, a couple of weeks ago in the All-Ireland Rotax Max Challenge. It was at that very same corner. Now they're still fighting, and that's Daly past Kumar as well. Ben Daly, who qualified second this morning. As there is a black and orange flag being shown to Varant Kumar, so that will effectively be Kumar's day done. Fight for the lead still continues between Harley Brereton and Billy Green. Billy Green, 7th in the championship last season. Winner in Watergrass Hill. Would love to go 2 from 2. He would arguably be 2 race wins stolen off Harley Brereton as well, as Harley has been the pace setter in this class so far. But that last lap was a lot better for the 4B racing racer. Harley Brereton just slowly starting to show his class here in T4 Mini. That is a substantial gap. And there is a closer fight now for second between Billy Green and James Stafford Jr. Cullen McMahon is under pressure from Sutcliffe as well. Ronan Sutcliffe, that is. 7th last time out. Flag, and that is for Varant Kumar, and I can only take it that is for ignoring the black flag with an orange circle in it, more informally known as the meatball flag, which indicates that you have damage. As Billy Green has pulled Billy Green. What's happened? Billy Green ran very wide of the first corner. Thought what Billy Green was pulling into the pits, but didn't, and there was all waves of the hand. And Billy Green has lost a substantial amount of time because of that, and now finds himself behind Stephen Doyle. Excellent news for James Stafford, who now runs uncontested in second. Now Billy Green on a warpath. First task is overtake Stephen Doyle and get back on the podium. And the Clare native will have work to do to get past Stephen Doyle, who has driven very well here today. And now Doyle has to go around the lapper. And there's a little contact between the two, but Billy Green is able to get ahead. It was similar to what we had in Junior earlier, where one went around the outside of the lapper and the other one dove down the inside. There was no yellow flags in this case. So all is legal and fair, but Billy Green is back on the podium now, and will try chase down James Stafford Jr., but I can't imagine that will be too successful given the gap between the pair. Another fastest lap for Harley Breton, who is excelling at the front of this field. 1.6 the gap between Breton and James Stafford Jr. now, which just goes to show how good Harley has been today. James Stafford Jr., no slouch. Third last time out, comes from a racing family, his dad racing rally cars. Has raced here this year has James Stafford, was fourth in the KT Cup. Harley Breton has to dice in between some lap traffic to ensure that his progress is not halted. It could have very easily been a second sweep of the day for Breton being the second sweep, but got a penalty in the opening heat this morning, of course, a tramlines issue. It is a 10-second penalty, and Harley finished third. That goes to show the dominance Harley Breton had over the field. Jack Craig, who fell down the order on the opening lap, has recovered to 7th. Is now leading the novices after getting past Ronan Sutcliffe. So of those on the black plates, Jack Craig is leading. Billy Green still ahead of Stephen Doyle. in the fight for third. Not going to be able to catch Stafford at this rate. Two laps to go. Coming up after this, we have our T4 Juniors, and Heat 2 was a belter. So make sure to stick around for that, as well as T4 Senior, which is guaranteed to be box office, as we have a lot of the front runners starting in the middle of the order after a plethora of bad luck in Heat number 2. And then Senior 168 is a very interesting one as well. The momentum with Anthony Holland, but with Peter McBride's performance in Heat 2, we know Anthony's not untouchable. So that's what we have coming up after this one, folks. But we do have one lap remaining in T4 Mini when Harley Burton crosses the line. And we have one pulled over to the left-hand side, just out of our view. And that is not who I think it is it? Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me, it is Harley Burton who has pulled off on the second last lap and will not finish in Kiltorcan. That is heartbreaking for Harley Burton. The fastest driver by a mile in T4 Mini today. And it is a mechanical issue for Burton that will lose him this race. James Stafford Jr. will take the win as he comes through the final couple of corners now. Checkered flag will be ready and waiting. But as brilliant as James has been, fantastic as James has been as he comes across the line, there will be a sour taste in the 4B racing team, who believe they should have been crowned victors. So James Stafford takes the win, Billy Green in second, Stephen Doyle in third, then Ben Daly in fourth. Jack Craig comes home in fifth, the leading novice, then Colin McMahon in sixth, Ron Sutcliffe in seventh, Oisin O'Sullivan in eighth, then Josh Higgins in ninth. Harley Burton listed as 10th, but will lose the spots to McRedmond and won't lose to McRedmond and Crowley. But that is awful for Harley Burton, who will not finish here. That is a awful end to T4 Mini. Now, if you just recovered from T4 Junior earlier, we have more, and it's the T4 Junior final. Pierre Carnet and Dermot Claridge are on the front row and very eager to continue on their fight. The rest of the grid then is O'Keefe, Battersby, Fingleton, English, Lismore, Giel, Brereton, Garcia. Then it is Keneally, Kelly, McNamara, Bolta, Kedzarek, Collins, Mitchell, Strang, Strafford, Skriomsky, King, Daly, O'Connor, McMahon, McIntyre, Black, O'Callaghan, Murphy, Cooling, Crowley, Saoirse, McMahon. If we follow trends, which we sometimes do in karting, this will be a wave round. But I think everyone has made it with the field. 31 juniors heading towards the start-finish line. Down in towards the tram tracks. This start looks good, and we're going to get racing here in Kiltorcan. Dermot Claridge Jr. is trying to sweep round the outside of Pierre Carnet, and he has done. They pick up where they left off. There's contact. Carnet is off, and he's bounced in front of the circuit in a really dangerous position. But thankfully, everyone was well aware there is carnage towards the back in T4 Junior, and it is Ben O'Keefe who leads here in Kiltorcan. A winner in Kiltorcan before in junior invitational races as part of last year's RMC calendar, but now he leads in the national championship. But Claridge and Carnet, carnage is what has been caused. Dermot Claridge Jr. is still in second, however. I'm not too sure about Pierre Carnet. And Carnet is out. He stood out of the kart, and that'll be that. It is such an up and down year for Pierre Carnet. And it is O'Keefe, Claridge and Fingleton, your top three. Fionn English then in fourth, ahead of Adrian Giel, Zach Battersby, Ali Garcia with an excellent start, up 3 to 7. Then it is Keneally, McNamara and Sean Bolta, who is up in 10th position. So Ben O'Keefe leading ahead of Dermot Claridge. And it's now the opposite once again. It was Claridge who was doing all the defending, and now Ben O'Keefe has to defend from Claridge. You feel for Pierre Carnet, who was driven excellently today, but as his head in his hands, unfortunately, while sat on the tyre stacks. Very disappointing. But your race leader is Ben O'Keefe of Carrick-on-Suir. Fourth in last season's championship. Was on the podium once. Won the RMC Golden Helmet race. Raced in the Nations Cup. Has dabbled in a bit of road tax as well, actually, Ben. But there's only one thing he wants to do, and that is win the MI championship. That is his goal, that's what he's working towards. He's got to defend from Dermot Claridge for the next 9.5 minutes if he wants to achieve that. Fingleton not really keeping up with the top two. As there is a warning flag being shown to Pierre Carnet, which is pretty pointless, to be fair. Oh no, Carnet still continuing here, so someone else has gone off in the exact same race suit. So there was someone else involved in that incident. So Pierre Carnet is down in 17th, which effectively is null and void in terms of where Carnet wants to be. So Pierre wants to be winning, obviously. But we have one more retiree from that opening lap incident, because they pulled off immediately. Wearing the exact same as Callum McIntyre. So Callum McIntyre, unfortunately, out of this one as well. Now Ben O'Keefe still in the race lead. Dermot Claridge hunting after. What a result this would be for Ben O'Keefe if he can keep it. But Claridge is up and he's alongside in towards the first corner, and Ben O'Keefe gives him the squeeze, and there's a little bit of contact between the pair, and they bounce their way back onto the curb onto the track after being on the curb at turn number 1. And Ben O'Keefe probably knows that he cannot let Claridge get too far in front. He will have to keep with him if he wants to try and beat him. To beat the best, you've got to beat the best. And Dermot Claridge is one of the best racers in this junior class after promoting himself from mini champion. But Ben O'Keefe is under pressure from third place now. And in through the hairpins. That is Jack Fingleton. He's trying to make a move. Claridge now given a black and white flag. Most likely for the opening lap incident, given Carnet was given one as well. There was certainly absolutely nothing wrong with the move on Ben O'Keefe. Now rounding through the final corner. O'Keefe has kept with Claridge here. Claridge has not been allowed to pull a gap. That is excellent for our entertainment and excellent for Ben O'Keefe's chances at winning this race. Adam Lismore is being told to pull into the pit lane. That is a former Honda Cadet champion, Adam Lismore, who unfortunately will see his race end prematurely. O'Keefe close now, but so is Fingleton, and down the inside goes Jack Fingleton, ahead of Ben O'Keefe. We've had a swap for second position, or have we? Is that Fingleton, or is that Battersby? No, it is Fingleton. It is Jack Fingleton who's up to second, and Ben O'Keefe now down to third. Behind O'Keefe now is Fionn English. Two of the younger racers in the field, O'Keefe and English. And now Fingleton is looking for the race lead. We are back to where we were earlier on. Dermot Claridge Jr. has got to defend for his life if he wants to win in T4 Junior, because he has 30 or so karts behind him looking to beat him. Pierre Carnet is almost back in the top 10. Apologies for the confusion earlier, folks, but it did look like it was Carnet that had pulled off and out of this one. More warning flags being shown, that time for Ian Kedzarek. Fingleton still not able to get in front for the time being. Won the O plate did Jack Fingleton. Third in last year's championship with 2 wins. Racing a new T4, or sorry, third in last year's mini championship with 2 wins. Promoted himself to junior. Purchased his new junior here from Kiltorcan Raceway. And there's Fionn English. Fionn English has got past Ben O'Keefe now, so that's English up to third. O'Keefe has gone from the lead to fourth here, very disappointingly, but may be able to charge on and get back past. He's got the Oren Henry Racing racer of Zach Battersby behind, as well as Adrian Giel, Fingleton's teammate, and your round 1 winner, Ali Garcia. Less than 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this one. And it is Dermot Claridge Jr. still in your race lead. Jack Fingleton in second. Fionn English Ben O'Keefe, Battersby, your top 5. Still relatively undecided here and still very close at the front of the running order. Claridge backs them all up through the hairpin. Fingleton still right behind. It was about this point in heat number 2 where it all started kicking off, and we have another kart off and parked. There is yellow flags heading through the second final corner, and it looks like it is looks like it's either a DMS or a PBR driver getting out of it. As they head through the final corner now. Lots of hand signals off the pit wall, encouraging their drivers on. One minute and 40 seconds left for Dermot Claridge. Has not won on the road today. Did get the Heat 1 win due to penalties for Carney and O'Keefe. This would be something special if he could take his first junior win. No move. Oh, bit of a move there as Claridge has run wide, and now Fingleton has the opportunity. It's a first rare moment of error for Dermot Claridge. Fingleton senses an opportunity. There is another twist in the T4 Junior tail. That is almost certain. Battling further behind, and Battersby, Gill, all fighting their ways, and that is the fight for 4th, or fight for 5th I should say now, or 4th now, because O'Keefe is back onto the podium, so Fionn English has fallen down, and now here comes Fingleton, still trying to make a move on your race leader, Dermot Claridge. He is right on the bumper of Claridge, but he's got to make sure this move is squeaky clean. The stewards will be keeping an eye on your front runners, as well they keep an eye on everyone, but more specifically the front runners when they're running as close as this. One more lap after this one in T4 Junior. Jack Fingleton's got to give himself every opportunity to try and win this race. If you're Ben O'Keefe, what's your tactics? Do you just hope Fingleton goes for broke, stay behind and bide your time? You might find something, an avenue through the chaos that may occur on the final lap. Well, let's wait and see. It's last lap in what has been a blockbuster contest in T4 Junior. Jack Fingleton is right on the tail of Dermot Claridge Jr. Is he going to go for the move here? Claridge goes defensive. Fingleton can't quite get on the inside line. Claridge played it very smart indeed. Ben O'Keefe still involved in this one as well. Fingleton's got to be patient and wait for the hairpins. That's his best opportunity and where he's been closest. Dermot Claridge is excellent through this section of track, however, but so Fingleton's got to make sure it is right. It is a good opportunity for PBR's Jack Fingleton. It's got to go for broke. He goes down the inside, and Jack Fingleton has pulled off a masterclass in Kiltorcan, but Dermot Claridge Jr. sneaks his way through. Who's going to win it for the final corner? It's hell for leather. Fingleton is off. Claridge is a T4 Junior winner. Defence wins championships. What a win for Dermot Claridge. OHR are in jubilations on the pit wall. They can't quite believe it. That is an unbelievable win for Claridge. Tillotson T4 Junior might just be the best racing in the world. Fionn English comes home in second. Zach Battersby is on the podium in third. That, I imagine, is what OHR are celebrating. Battersby, of course, one of their men. Adrian Gill comes home in 4th, Garcia in 5th. Garcia started well down in the heats and has come home with a very steady 5th place finish, showing his expertise once again. O'Keefe in 6th, then Mitchell, Keneally, McNamara, Brereton. Pierre Carnet recovered to 11th. Hats off to Pierre. O'Connor, McMahon, Kedzarek, Stafford, Kelly, King, O'Callaghan, Crowley, and Sean Bolta in 20th position. What a race. What a race. And we've 2 more to come. T4 Senior, Senior 168. Stick around. Our second last race of the day will be Tillotson T4 Senior. Dramatic Heat 2 in this one, as per a lot of our classes, to be brutally honest. However, your final grid on pole position is Joe Bechtold with Tyler Brereton alongside. Then it is Jake Brunel, Peter Brett, Luke Palmer, Brian Wilson, Max O'Neill, Luke Kavanagh, Adam Perry, Cahan McClelland, Dermot Toomey, Niall Leahy, Jack Mackenzie-Smith, Ava McMahon, Robert Butler, Ollie Clark, Richard Borescu, Michael Gallagher. Then it is Kedzarek, Phelan, Deasy, McGuire, Butler, O'Sullivan, Grigger, McDermott, Armahanov, O'Sullivan, McNulty, Harris, Kahn and Murray. Keep an eye on Jack Mackenzie-Smith and Robert Butler starting in the middle of the pack. They were your pace setters earlier on. Just had some misfortune, as now we come towards the first corner, and Joe Bechtold is under pressure from Brereton down through turn number 1. It is Bechtold who leads. Brereton has been bullied to the inside by Jake Brunel, who is now up to second position, who has ran at the front of all 3 races here today. Down in through the hairpin, Jack Mackenzie-Smith, Robert Butler already making moves and looking to get towards the front. It would be a remarkable result if one of them could take the win here in T4 Senior. Luke Palmer is up to 3rd position as well. It is Bechtold, Brunel, Palmer as they run in your top 3. Luke Palmer started in 5th and is already up to 3rd, so good start for the County Town native. As they snaked their way through, we all made it through the first couple of sectors, thankfully. Side by side in the middle of the pack though. It's down to the first corner. It is the Dutchman, Joe Bechtold, who leads from Jake Brunel, Luke Palmer. Then it's Brian Wilson in 4th, ahead of Brereton, Kavanagh, Brett, Perry, McClelland, Clark. Mackenzie-Smith is up 2 and Butler is up 3 to 11th and 12th. $13 minutes plus a lap, the final for T4 Senior, and the same for 168 coming up after it. A little glance over the shoulder for Jake Brunel to see where his rival Luke Palmer is, and the answer is right on his bumper, as Luke Palmer may well try a move here. No, opts out of it, and no, still goes for it, and Palmer, hip check, sends Brunel wide and finds himself in second, and Brunel is going to lose more places because of this. Brian Wilson follows through. And Brunel now in 4th place, and Brunel now in 5th place. He's been overtaken by Brereton as well. So Tyler Brereton now is through. Luke Palmer just pushed him out of the way. And we have someone off. Nope, they were just slow. They're re-going now. It's not one of our front runners. As it is Joe Bechtold who leads, Luke Palmer, Brian Wilson, Brereton, Kavanagh, Brett. Now Brunel finds himself in 7th. Butler and Mackenzie-Smith are 9th and 10th, not making as much progress as maybe they would have liked to. Joe Bechtold, your race leader. Number 498. From the Netherlands. 1 podium last year to his name. No race wins. Has raced across the world in a Tillotson go-kart, including Asia, Italy, and here in sunny County Kilkenny. And that boy, where he got the podium last year. He is under pressure now from Luke Palmer. Luke Palmer racing north and south of the border. As well, won podium last year, but got third in the championship. He's raced across the world as well in the Nations Cup in Valencia. Luke Palmer did the fastest lap in the last lap, but he is struggling to find a way past. It is a two-horse race now up the front. Brian Wilson doesn't seem to be able to keep up with the top two. So it is Bechtold and Palmer being left to their own devices at the front. Jack Mackenzie-Smith and Robert Butler have both got past Adam Perry. So that is Mackenzie-Smith now in 8th and Butler in 9th on their recovery efforts to a strong result here in Kiltorcan. As there is contact at the hairpin and there is a couple linked together, but they have let go of each other's hand and they're now back driving. Still Joe Bechtold in the lead as we've someone pulled off, unfortunately, at the second final corner, and it is Michael Gallagher who is off. Michael Gallagher, a member of the Connacht Motor Club. Unfortunately, a disappointing end to the day here in Kiltorcan. Still no change of leader with just over 6.5 minutes to go. Brian Wilson under pressure from Tyler Burton in third position. Brian Wilson, O-Plate winner. And second overall last time. If he finishes third here, he will potentially be in the championship lead. It of course depends on what Robert Butler can do, where he can get up to. But it will potentially be a championship lead leaving Kiltorcan for Brian Wilson. We've someone bobbling along the gravel. Bit of contact. Just a shoulder. Heading through, and that looks to be is it Clean Up O'Sullivan? It's one of the OHR carts anyways, trying to get re-going. Looked to me like it was 413, but no, don't think so. As Damir Armahanov is being called into the pits. As it just gets worse, doesn't it? It was Robert Butler that had the issue. That is awful luck for Robert Butler. Terrible. Was sent down the order after contact with Luke Palmer in heat number 2. And now the kart has shut itself off here in the final. A drop round potentially for Robert Butler. Tyler Brereton, though, while we were looking at that, has managed to get past Brian Wilson. So that is Tyler Brereton up to third position here, in what could be a very strong result for Tyler. Took one win last year in the championship en route to a 10th place finish. He was 6th in Watergrass Hill this year. This is his 3rd year of karting. He was 3rd in T4 Junior back in 2024. But at the front of this one, with 3 minutes to go, is still Joe Bechtold. Luke Palmer has not found a way past. And to be fair, doesn't look like he will, unless there's an extra tenth or so that Palmer can extract from his kart. Has raced for Alex Dempsey Racing, as well as the Raceview Academy. And now he's gone for the move, and Luke Palmer, oh, he has found that extra tenth of a second. That is one way to get a commentator to stop talking. A big lunge down the inside by Luke Palmer. The exact corner he went for the move on Robert Butler earlier on. And he now leads. What can Joe Bechtold do? Can he get back past? And will we have a shootout for the win in T4 Senior? Big battle on for third between Wilson and Brett. Peter Brett has ran very well today. Very well indeed. But it's looking like it will be Luke Palmer up the front. He's starting to stretch the legs over Joe Bechtold. Two more laps, as there is a black flag for Damir Armahanov. That's unfortunately the second black flag driver today who has been black flagged for ignoring the mechanical flag. So disappointing there. Luke Palmer, though, at the front has found a little bit of space. And it is looking good. Oh, we've someone else pulled off at the exact same point. Robert Butler went off. Almost identical. Last lap showing. Last lap board and a black flag at the same time on the LED screen, which is not something you see every day. But it is the last lap for Luke Palmer. And what an excellent win this is going to be for him. He was on the podium once last season, but he's won all around him in his young karting career. Started racing T4 in 2023, won the British 24-hour with Raceview Academy. The 2024 T4 Senior UKC champion. He's raced in the Nations Cup as well. And it is going to be a first win of 2026 for Luke Palmer here in Kiltorcan. He ran through the final corner, a valiant effort from Joe Bechtold, but he just couldn't outwheel Palmer, who reaches for the skies and celebrates in style. 4:03, number 1 here in T4 Senior. An excellent win for Luke Palmer. Joe Bechtold in second, then it's Tyler Brereton in third, Peter Brett in fourth, Jake Brunel in fifth, and Luke Kavanagh in sixth, and Adam Perry. And it's Jack Mackenzie Smith, Max O'Neill, Cahan McClellan, Dermot Toomey, Ollie Clark, Adam Butler, Timon Kedzarek, Niall Leahy, Samuel Harris, Josh Phelan, Richard Borescu, Ben McNulty, and Ava McMahon to round out the top 20 in T4 Senior. We have one last race for you folks on this Sunday evening, and that is our T4 Senior 168, where Anthony Holland is looking to win in his own backyard. Our final race of the day, folks, is our T4 Senior 168s. On pole position for this one is Anthony Holland. Alongside him, defending champion Colm Munnelly. Keep an eye on Eddie Roach as well, who ran strong at the start of the two races from pole position, but just got a plethora of bad luck and I think he didn't catch a break. And it's McBride and Gorman on row 2. McBride, of course, winner of the second heat. As here we come down towards the first corner, and it is Anthony Holland who is away well, but Colm Munnelly is going to try it around the outside. It's not worked too well, and Peter McBride is involved in this one as well. But Anthony Holland is in front. A lot cleaner than the start of the second heat here in the final, a 13-minute plus 1 lap final. And Munnelly now is down to 4th position. It is Holland, McBride, Gorman, Munnelly, your current running 4. At the top, the Hersons are in fighting in between as well. Yellow flags are now out. We have someone out of the kart, and I think has made contact with the wall on the opening lap. Very disappointing. And it's Scott Garvey, I believe, who is out. It is Scott Garvey. Very unfortunate out of this one, as Peter McBride is pushing Anthony Holland into the hairpin. And we could have a fight between two Kiltorcan racers. And now big move down the inside by Colm Munnelly. That is the touch of a champion. He's going to have to fight for this one with Mark Gorman. Mark Gorman's not going to give up easily. And he is ahead. And Kyle Brereton is able to get through as well. And there's a little bit of a nudge between Brereton and Gorman, heading through the long sweeping right-hander. But it is Anthony Holland still in the race lead. Peter McBride in second. Colm Munnelly in third, then Kyle Brereton in fourth, Niall Herson fifth, then it's Ryan, Mark Gorman, Mickey Brennan, Eddie Roach, Brendan Bleeks, your top 10. So McBride putting Holland under a lot of pressure now down towards the first corner, but Colm Munnelly is with them as well. Holland a little bit wide through there. But Peter McBride not able to get past. Colm Munnelly is really wanting to get past Peter McBride now. And he's weaving left, right and centre to try and find an avenue of attack as they come through the fast right-hander onto the mini straight. It's a sweeping left next before a tight hairpin that leads you into a couple of chicanes. Peter McBride, is this the chance? Real close to Anthony Holland? No, couldn't do it. Still that little bit too far back. Very difficult to overtake in Senior 168, as we know across the years, and now Peter McBride thought he had solved that conundrum, but not quite. He remains behind. Here is McBride. Is it a move on Holland? No, Anthony Holland goes defensive. So no overtake available here for McBride, who's still just hooking the wheel, trying to get an overlap somewhere. So now McBride once again trying that inside, but no, not working. He's getting the good exit out of the final braking and slowing zone, but it's costing him down the straight. And now Kyle Brereton looks to make it free wide into the first corner, and Kyle Brereton, if he pulls this one off, I tell you what, but he's not quite. He's got one, he's got Gorman, he's got McBride, but he's not got Munnelly. And McBride is able to bully his way back through. Mark Gorman looking to get in front as well. And this is great racing in Senior 168. Close quarters, but all very fair. And it is now Anthony Holland who leads Colin Munnelly, the defending champion, who he started alongside on the front row. Seven and a half minutes plus 1 lap to go in this one, as McBride is still looking for a way back in front of Colin Munnelly, who he lost that position to a handful of laps ago after Munnelly snuck through while McBride was concentrating on overtaking Anthony Holland. There was a right snake of these Senior 168 karts, and all in all, if a battle breaks out, it could be anyone's win. Current running order is Holland, Munnelly, McBride, Niall Herson, Ryan Herson, Kyle Burton, Mickey Brennan, Eddie Roach, Brendan Bleaks, Tommy Brett, Tom Croak, Phil Godfrey, Chris Coleman. Unfortunately, a non-finish for Scott Garvey. Tom Croak having a solid effort after some misfortune early on. Now, is this the opportunity for Colin Munnelly? Yes, it is. He goes down the inside on Anthony Holland, but Anthony Holland sells him a dream, and Holland remains in front. And that is perfect for Anthony Holland, because he's not lost much time. And he has showed Colin Munnelly that he will not be pushed over very easily. Colin Munnelly started the day out in difficult circumstances, qualifying in 8th position. But he's looking to defend his win streak here at Kiltorcan. Is there a move on into the first corner? No, never really is. Doesn't go for it down the inside. The top 5 are very bunched up here. They run Holland, Munnelly, that's Herson actually now. So Niall Herson is looking to get involved, and Colin Munnelly has lost the position to Herson, and Niall Herson has really turned it on here. So that's now Niall Herson in 2nd position. Colin Munnelly now has another hurdle to overcome. There's still 5 minutes and a lap in this one, but no matter what they throw at Anthony Holland, he's just able to catch it and throw it straight back at them, and now has a bit of a gap. Is Colin Munnelly able to get back into 2nd place and attack Anthony Holland? He's got to get past Niall Herson fairly quickly, but he's got Ryan Herson right behind him as well, and that's a mistake for Munnelly, and Ryan Herson has snuck through. Ryan Herson now up to 3rd position. Lovely move for Ryan, and the whole pendulum has swung here in the 168. The momentum of the front runners from throughout the day, bar Anthony Holland, has totally gone. Crucially, Anthony Holland still leads. Now it is Niall Herson and Ryan Herson. Colin Munnelly then now in 4th ahead of Peter McBride in 5th. But there's still plenty of battling here, and Holland is being closed in once again. remarkable, isn't it? The race leader just not able to extend his gap. And Colin Munnelly has lost another position to Peter McBride now. So Munnelly might have cooked his tyres a little bit here, or maybe struggling on power or something along the source, because he's falling down the order. A very large stone in the pond, because this is not ideal, and Munnelly is sinking. And that is McBride, who's got past Ryan Herson. So Peter McBride is now back up to third place, or is he? Ryan Herson has ran the long way, and yes, Peter McBride is back up to third place. Mistake for Kyle Brereton, that is going to invite Mickey Brennan through. And now they're fighting once again, and it is Herson and McBride who make contact, but Peter McBride is back up to second place through argy-bargy means. Is anyone going to be able to challenge Anthony Holland, or is it all fighting amongst themselves? Peter McBride is giving it a good go. Anthony Holland is persevering at the front. Third place still Herson, followed by the other Herson. Niall leads Ryan. Colin Munnelly isn't out of this one just yet. Champion for a reason, can pick up points when maybe the pace is a tad bit off. It'll be interesting to see what sort of overtake he goes for on the Hersons. There is a minute and 20 seconds remaining. 3 laps left at Kiltorcan Raceway. And it is looking to be an all Kiltorcan shootout in the form of Anthony Holland versus Peter McBride. Your 2 heat winners from today. And Colin Munnelly down the inside now of one of the Hersons, but not able to make it stick. So Munnelly will remain behind for the time being. And this is the closest Peter McBride has been in a good few laps. Where does he go for the overtake? Mark Ormonde is receiving the mechanical flag, and here he comes. Here comes Peter McBride, side by side with Anthony Holland, and there's contact between the two. Oh no, they've got stuck. The 2 teammates have hit each other, and they are stuck and both stood up on the track. But Peter McBride and Anthony Holland have made contact and both ruined their own win chances. It is Niall and Ryan Herson who are in the race lead. There certainly won't be any brotherly love between Holland and McBride tonight. But there is up the front between Niall and Ryan. And can the two of them persevere? It is a dramatic end once again to racing in Kiltorcan, like we've had so many times today. Who wins in 168? Colin Munnelly still involved in this as well, and it is a rejuvenated Colin Munnelly as he's just whipped on through? No, he hasn't. He's still in third. There'll be 1 lap remaining in this one. Niall Herson leads, Ryan Herson second. Colin Munnelly in third. It is a last lap thriller in Senior 168 at Kiltorcan to conclude event 3 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. Niall Herson rounds his way through the carousel to lead. Ryan Herson is in second. Will he act as wingman? Will he potentially ruin both their days in a similar fashion to how the Kiltorcan racers did at the front? Can Colin Munnelly have his piece? it will be the dramatic Kiltorcan hairpins once again on the exit of the chicane. But Niall Herson has had an excellent run for the first sector, and this is looking fantastic for second place in the championship last season. He had 3 wins in 2025, and it is going to be a first one in 2026 for Niall Herson, who wins in the most dramatic circumstances. It is a family affair in Kiltorcan Raceway as Niall Herson leads home Ryan Herson. Colin Monaghy comes home in 3rd, Kyle Brereton in 4th, Mickey Brennan will get 5th, 6th for Eddie Roach, Philip Godfrey will come home in 7th, then Anthony Holland in 8th ahead of Brendan Bleaks, Tom Croke, Tommy Brett, Peter McBride, Chris Coleman. Mark Gorman did have to come into the pits eventually, and Scott Garvey, unfortunately, a non-finish. The theme of the day in County Kilkenny is just because you're the fastest does not mean you win. It is motorsport, and karting is a race of attrition always, and you need that little bit of luck alongside. What a day we've had in Kiltorcan Raceway. That is all, folks, here today for Event 3 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. A big thanks to the Carrick-on-Shore Motor Club and all the volunteer officials and stewards for making this event as successful as it was. A big thanks to you folks at home for watching along on Vantage Point Video. Please make sure to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, or follow if you're watching on Facebook. Your support is greatly appreciated. My name is Evan Dalton. It's a pleasure to be with you once again. Stay safe, stay well, folks, and we shall see you at the next event. Goodbye.